Hey everyone, it is Wednesday, and today we're going to be playing more Elder Scrolls Online today, and I'm going to be continuing with the Blackwood DLC story. We're going to continue where I left off and find out more secrets of what is behind the four armaments and find out what else is. But no doubt we're probably also going to be facing Meru's Dagon, which is going to be a little intimidating. But why don't we go ahead and get right on in and start playing some Elder Scrolls Online, shall we? Let me get it set up. Oh, and also I do have a Dropbox. A crate I do need to unlock, but most likely I'll just be getting some gems from it, no doubt. Hey Soulkeeper, welcome on in. Hope your day's been going well. Okay, let's see. Ooh, that looks like a nice house. What you get that? I'm good. Just finished 2 animations, so I'm taking a break. With my favorite ice theme. Oh yeah, I saw. By the way, I saw one of your animations. I saw it. It was really good. I like how you did it and had the chat box and everything. I really like that. That was good. You're getting good at those animations. Oh, almost forgot to get do my crate. Okay. Or yeah, there's my crate.
Hello, my friend. You seem
okay.
To
Let's see what we get from this crate.
egg, even though you know he is slightly cracked. Bakruti appreciates that.
Garbage, garbage, more garbage. Completely useless.
No crates remaining. Purchase more.
Oh, well, I can at least change these into gems.
Until next time. This one welcomes you back. You will need to purchase a crate from the store to continue, my friend.
All right, we got more gems. But I still don't have enough. If I wanted to get one of those mounts, it's gonna take a lot more to get.
May luck follow you.
But at least I got some 5 gems.
You come here for crafting certification.
Oh, by the way, if you don't know, on Friday, they're actually Bethesda's going to be doing an interview with the guy who voices Samaris Mora. They're going to be doing a stream on Twitch on Friday. I can't wait to see that. That's going to be interesting to see.
If you came for crafting certification, I can assist you.
Okay, let's see what I can do for my quest. Oh, get stuff at mail. Okay. Let's see. Where? Oh yeah, if I remember, I'm supposed to go to Fort Blue Blood. Let's see where that is. Fort. Ah, there it is. Let's go. We'll be going. And this is where we'll be going. I always thought what would be interesting is if there was anime where like a whole bunch based on VTubers where people like if they as their VTubers and they get sucked to a fantasy world like Elder Scrolls, but they are turned into their VTuber personas. That I think would be an interesting anime. And I think I just went out the wrong door. Yep, I went out the wrong door. I meant to go out the other one. I wish I knew how to do detail like this on a model. That would be a lot of fun to learn. The lost souls are kept and protected in Soul Keeper's dimension, and I had a feeling you would jokingly say Your Majesty as well. Yeah, I would. If I found out someone was royalty, I would be saying their name, or should I be saying Your Majesty? Because you know how like some others would be like subjects or like saying a command to them is that when you talk to someone who's royalty, they'll be like, you must refer to him as Your Majesty. Okay, looks like we're near the fort. Fort Blue Blood. Why is it called Fort Blue Blood? It's not even blue.
Look, Councillor Leviticus and Captain Rianne sent me. I need to see Councillor Abor now.
And what about my sister? She hasn't been seen since she took the Councillor her meal.
Councillor Abor was very clear about this. She doesn't want to be disturbed. Oh, another mercenary. Is our Ivory Brigade so enfeebled that Captain Rianne must resort to hiring sellswords? Look, as I told the Wood Elf, Councillor Abor was quite insistent. She doesn't want to be disturbed. All right, enough.
My
I can see when I'm
allergies.
being overruled. Very well. I give you permission to enter the Watchtower. Councillor Abor's safety is now in your hands. Lurius? Oh, something about his sister. She's another servant here at the fort. Works in the kitchen, I believe. Apparently, she brought the counselor her meal. He says she never returned, but the servants look for any opportunity to sneak off. The counselor demanded we protect her. Said her life was in danger, but refused to give me any details.
Of course, life's in danger. The the Dark Brotherhood's after her.
Above my station. I put her up in the watchtower and assigned a couple of brigadiers.
Yeah, she doesn't
to guard
care
her.
if you call her your majesty. Not that they just call her that because her status, she just wanted her own dimension so she could take care of the lost souls that had nowhere to go. So they just ended up calling her then since she's the ruler of the dimension.
Oh no!
Oh great, another counselor
Abel's been
died.
murdered. But where's the servant?
Most likely it was the servant's doing.
Of course they tore out the pages and took them. Just when we were so close to finding out more about the ambitions.
I predict this is gonna be a black hand, the one the Dark Brotherhood has. Yup. That's the mark of the Dark Brotherhood. Another counselor dead.
The Dark Brotherhood's calling card.
I swear, these counselors are just dropping like flies.
Ebor's meal is still warm. So what happened to the servant that delivered it?
That's strange. Definitely, I'm thinking the servant had something to do with it. Whoa, can you see the future or something? No, I'm just good at predicting stuff. Sometimes when it comes to certain things, I can predict what's gonna happen.
We have a door locked from
It's
the
actually a bit
outside,
scary.
A dead counselor and a missing servant. Did the assassin take off with both the torn out journal pages and the servant? Anyway, they not only murdered Eibor, they probably know how to find the ambitions now.
Like, if I remember, there was one time, I don't really watch football, hold on, but I remember with the Super Bowl, it was, if I remember, the Patriots versus the Seahawks, I think it was, if I remember, with one Super Bowl, and I didn't even watch it, and I predicted who won, and I was right, the Patriots won that one, which I find a little scary that I'm pretty good at predicting things sometimes.
See that rope hanging from the top of the tower? Bet my bottom acorn that's how the assassin got in and out. But the missing servant, something about that is knocking on the back of my head. And why would the Dark Brotherhood take those pages?
Maybe the Dark Brotherhood wants the Daedric weapons for themselves.
Maybe, but everything I've read about the Dark Brotherhood never suggested they would be interested in weapons of war, if that's even what the ambitions are. Damn it, we're loosing arrows in the dark here. Let's tell Commander Orton about Eibor.
That is true. That is true because the Dark Brotherhood, they're all about assassinations, and the one they worship is the Void, Sithis. They're more interested. They would be more interested in weapons that would be good for assassination, not weapons of war. Finally, we got Annie to Soul Keep Ursula is. She now has a bracelet with a snowflake charm on it. Now she knows if you ever need her help with anything. Nice.
So, will Counselor Eibor be returning with you to Leowen? Am I finally going to be able to get my fort back in order?
Right now, with I'm an agent ICM, and with my location, I currently live in a city known as Celestial City that a friend of mine has. Dwell mostly there, but I do have a place for everyone for the workshop, which is in a different location. But there are ways of getting but those who are members of the workshop only know how to get to the workshop. Ow. Hey Pan, welcome on in. I hope your day's been going well. Welcome on in. You came in just in time. I just started.
Murdered? God, keep your voice down. Do you want to start a panic? Tell me what you found in the watchtower. Let me see that. A black handprint. The sign of the Dark Brotherhood. But where is the servant, Talais? Is she involved in this fiasco? And how did she and the assassin get out of the watchtower? My brigadines never left their post. Well, that explains some of it, but not all. We need to locate Talais. Since you're already involved and working for Captain Rian, I want you to quietly try to find Talais. Start by talking to the other servants in the kitchen and dining hall.
Okay. Looks like we'll talk to the servants. But to be honest, if we haven't seen the servant has to be involved somehow in the assassination of that counselor. Time to start investigating.
This one is certain.
Too bad I don't
Where
have a
could she be?
detective's hat on.
She would never neglect her duties.
Probably found a dark corner and someone to snuggle with. This one does that all the time. Pleasant days, visitors. How can this one assist you?
You know, that actually wouldn't be bad. Maybe if I ever duty model and I wanted to make like different outfits, maybe that's one thing I should make for when it comes to doing situations in crime in games, is have a detective outfit. That would be really good, like a Sherlock Holmes outfit.
Ah, Talais. She worries her brother so. She asked me where we kept the hot root flakes. Counselor Eivor sprinkles them on every dish. I told her they are in the pantry, but you need the key from the kitchen to unlock the door.
Okay.
All right, grab a broom and start sweeping.
What? No, that's Talais' job.
And do you see Talais anywhere? No. Then start sweeping. The servants come to the kitchen to mutter and gossip. This one will not have it. Misaba asks that you do not distract them overly long, as they are already naturally lazy. What is it that you need? That young woman. She has not returned from the watchtower, so her chores remain undone. And she took the pantry key with her when she went. It is no longer hanging on its hook. That is a clear violation of the kitchen rules. A clear violation.
Oh, I guess we're gonna have to get the health department in here. Or wait, would that be a different? Wait, no, it would be a different department. Be calling for breaking the rules of the kitchen.
The pantry is in the cellar, but the door is around the side of the building. Talais mumbled something about how the counselor loves hot root flakes, grabbed the key and the tray of food and went off. This one hasn't seen her since.
Okay.
I suppose now I have to do Talais' chores as well as my own. She owes me one, and I aim to collect. She took the counselor her meal and hasn't returned. Did you check the watchtower? Eibor's a little old, but maybe Talais decided to improve her station, if you catch my meaning. Eibor reeks of fear. Maybe Talais finds that attractive. Well, she's been acting like a frightened guar since she arrived. Stays locked up in the watchtower. Only lets a single servant in at a time. And I hear she's been burning papers. Documents of some kind. She's scared out of her wits, if you ask
Well, they
me.
don't have any shredders, so I guess the only option is to burn them.
Before we check the pantry, let's talk. So, what did we learn? Counselor Eibor was frightened, but that's understandable. Interesting that she was burning documents. Her journal indicated that she knew more than the others. and Therese visited the pantry before heading to the watchtower. Couldn't hurt. And every mystery novel I ever read taught me you should always follow up on every clue, even the ones that seem insignificant. Let's check the pantry and see if she was looking for more than hot root flakes down there.
Now I see why I like being here so much. We basically have the same sense of humor because that was funny. Yeah, I tend to I have a habit of cracking jokes on obvious things. It's Ben, and that's what you get when you join this stream. You get it where I make good and bad jokes. Okay, I guess we go up here. Nope, it's down, and I can't jump down. Yeah, one thing I think you guys are really gonna like is what I got in store. I plan on start working on it Saturday, because that's when when I do my 3D modeling. But I think what I'm planning on working on, you guys are gonna like. I just been working out and planning of how to go about it in my head, because that's what I do when I do 3D modeling. Is I work a lot on and look up things of how I want to go about doing something before I actually do it. Well,
damn it, they murdered Therese too.
Well, we found the servant.
Why would the Dark Brotherhood murder? Oh no, we need to talk about this. All right, I think I figured it out. The assassin followed Therese down here, murdered her, and took her place so they could gain access to the watchtower. Pretty clever.
And
But they
also,
didn't have to kill her.
both you and this place just streams good vibes. And you also always have soothing or really nice to listen to. Thanks, Soulkeep. I really appreciate it.
Right. Very funny. Wait, you're serious? If you're part of this, if you've been trying to save your murdering friends... Ah! All right, we're going back to Leowyn. You can walk on your own, or I can drag your dead body behind me. Yeah, I've read that somewhere. But what about the calling cards? The Black Hand is definitely making a statement. Trying too hard to convince us that the Dark Brotherhood is behind the murders. All right.
Actually, that does
I can
make
see your
sense.
point. That doesn't change the fact that the remaining counselors are still in danger. We need to warn Counselors Valeria and Vandacia. Right. Report to Commander Orton on your way out. Tell him what happened. Then go check on Counselors Valeria and Vandacia. I need to return to Leowyn and consult with Leviticus. But this, between you and I, it isn't over. Remember that. After you report to the commander, make contact with Counselors Valeria and Vandacia. Valeria went to Tidewater Cave to get her records, and Vandacia works in the Gideon Courthouse. Cracked acorns! I suddenly had the weirdest feeling come over me. Yes. No,
Has to be from
I
that
don't
book she's
know.
carrying.
We were talking about the counselors, Valeria and Vandacia. Suddenly I had a premonition. It was brief and disturbing and mildly unpleasant, like the dreams I've been having. But this is the first time while I was awake.
Yeah, it has to be that book she always carries with her. She has mentioned that that book has been like giving her really bad dreams. But I have a feeling it has to do something with Meiru's Dagon.
Remember I told you about that strange book I found? The one with the Daedric writing that I can't read? I've been having bad dreams since I found it, and the dreams are becoming more frequent. This time it happened right while we were talking. It was just a flash, but it was accompanied by a feeling. I felt a sense of overwhelming evil, all tied up in the figure I saw in my mind. Like someone held a portrait in front of my face for just a moment and then pulled it away. It was one of the Waking Flame cultists, I think. Someone powerful, in command. A dark silhouette wrapped in a cloak. I'll never forget the feeling it invoked. It was like a wave of hopelessness. We can deal with this later. Let's get back to it.
All right. You talked to the fort's servants and rummaged around in our pantry. What's the verdict? Did you find the missing servant?
Yeah, we found the servant dead.
That's... Oh, that's horrible. Are you sure? No. Of course you're sure. No one would lie about something like that. I'll tell her brother what happened and send someone to tend to her body. Gods, what a day this has been.
Okay, so... where do we go? Okay, so we're going there. Gonna be a bit of a walk, but we good thing we got mounts to travel on. You gotta wonder how old these ruins are. That's one of the things I like. I like seeing old ancient ruins. I wouldn't mind seeing seeing some of the historical sites in Egypt. Like, imagine getting to see some of the really old Egyptian art ruins and how they were built and everything. That would be really nice to see. Before I go through the door, I'm gonna go over to the Way Shrine so we have a place to come to if I ever need to come back here.
I was attacked in the streets of our fair city, Keshu. I demand you deal with the criminal post-haste.
Your guards did their job, Counselor Vandacia. The prisoner is secure.
And what's this? More assassins? Explain yourself immediately. One attempt on my... Warn me? As always, Leviticus... One attempt on my life today is more than enough. If you're another one of those Dark Brotherhood bastards, I assure you, you won't find either myself or Governor Keshu to be easy prey. Warn me? As always, Leviticus offers too little and too late. I received the letter, same as the other counselors. My personal guard took the threat seriously, and we captured the assassin in the act. But what of my esteemed colleagues? Are they safe? Dead? All 3 of them. This is unimaginable. Pharaoh Lupus's letter suggested the Longhouse Emperors left behind a secret that would prove to be a threat. But I thought he was just being melodramatic. Has Leviticus determined what this is about? 4 ambitions. Never heard of them. How could something I know nothing about make me a target of the Dark Brotherhood? It's got to be a mistake. You must question the prisoner. Get him to confess and reveal the truth of this sordid affair. Governor Keshu locked the prisoner in the holding cell in the courthouse basement. Question the villain and find out why the Dark Brotherhood is trying to wipe out anyone who was part of the Imperial Elder Council. I'll head for Leyawiin afterward. I wish there was something I could tell you. The letter I received suggested that some old council business was the cause of all this. Why the Dark Brotherhood would be interested in such menial affairs, I'm not sure. I'm completely baffled.
He worked with the council, but he never heard of the ambitions. Most of them knew about it.
As I said, I never heard the term. The Longhouse Emperors were enamored of secrets and code words, though. Perhaps I encountered it, but it was called something else. If you think it might be important, ask the assassin when you interrogate him. I'm not sure how relevant my ancient history is, but I was appointed to the Elder Council by Emperor Durkarach himself. I helped guide the Empire through most of the reign of the Longhouse Emperors. Sadly, my role in guiding the Empire often put me at odds with the Emperors. I was rarely privy to their secrets. I'm afraid I can't shed any light on that particular mystery. Keshu the Black Fin. War hero, progressive Argonian, and governor of our fair city of Gideon. I serve as an advisor and bureaucrat.
Oh, so the governor of this area is an Argonian, like me.
So I try to do my part
At least that's what I'm playing as.
Turning. My personal guard is dedicated and well trained. Not to mention lucky. I was nearing the courthouse when the assassins sprang from the shadows. My guards reacted instantly and overpowered the villain. We brought them here and Keshu locked them away.
Okay, then let's go talk to the prisoner. Okay, something's telling me it's in a downstairs because it's pointing right here, which means there has to be... Ah, here we go. Wasn't downstairs, it wasn't upstairs, it was downstairs.
Cell door's open. What happened here?
Poured something on the lock. Hit me. And escaped.
Okay, let's examine the lock.
Some sort of acid ate right through the lock. Look, there's more of it on the floor.
So we got a trail.
He ran that way, toward the old ruins.
Just follow the dripping acid.
He almost knocked me over. How rude.
Well, looks like I lost track of the acid. Oh, these ruins.
He attacked this legionnaire and ran into the ruins of the old city.
You gotta wonder how many ancient ruins there are in the world that have yet to be discovered. I know we found a lot, but I know one thing, like in Egypt, there's still a whole lot more to be discovered. Ugh. Big toads. Ew. Wait, maybe the acid that was on that lock came from these things. There's a part of the story in Soul Keeper's lore where you're calling her to go exploring, and she says, "All right, don't get your horns into it," and I can't stop laughing. Kind of hard for my horns to twist because they don't move off of my head. Ah, a sneak hidden chamber. You know, maybe when I do start building, I'll put some of those in.
You're persistent, I'll give you that. All right, let's chat.
Trawlus? How's he here? We killed him.
Do you make it a habit to read other people's mail? That letter is personal and private, full of sensitive information. Well, aren't you a fast reader? If you chased after me because of something Council Van Dacia told you, well, he lied. If the Dark Brotherhood sets out to kill you, you're dead. We don't make mistakes. We don't fail. Not
oh wait, this is
ever.
Probably something different.
I haven't killed anyone. Not recently, anyway. And if you're talking about our calling card, anyone can dip their palm in black ink and slap it on a sheet of parchment. Look, we received no contracts. I'm here on different business entirely.
Who would want to blame the Dark Brotherhood for these murders?
Good question. If you figure it out, let me know. I certainly owe someone for the bruises the Councilor's guards gave me. Now, as much fun as this has been, I really do need to get back to my daring escape. Best of luck with your mystery.
Yeah, if he's innocent, why not come back to the courthouse and prove it?
Tempting, but no. I detest so-called places of justice.
Ah, it's raining. I do love the rain. Makes everything all nice and calm. Exactly, that's laughing at. Yeah, recently that as something to help start. Oh, hold on. Master Smart. Our campfires. Some sapphire gemstones and a wolf's charm on it as well. Ooh, I do like sapphires and I do like gems. I remember when that I did a stream not a while back. It was last year, and it's where I had people what gem cuts they wanted me to do on stream, and I modeled them out. And I have to say the gems came out quite nicely.
So, the mercenary from Leyawiin has returned. Tell me, were you able to capture the assassin? Or perhaps you killed him in battle once you caught up to him? I am eager to hear the news. Allow me to peruse the document, if you will. Aha. Proof positive that the Dark Brotherhood is in Blackwood. We must find this sanctuary and destroy it.
The Brotherhood agent denied his organization's involvement. He said he never attacked you.
What did you expect? Such lies fall from his lips like rain from the sky on a stormy day. Villains never freely admit their guilt. The evidence is right here in this letter. Meet me in Leyawiin and we'll share this information with Leviticus. What? Oh, my personal guard are nearby and these legionnaires are sufficient. You need not be concerned. As for Keshu, she had business to attend to. Gideon business. I saw no reason to distract her from her regular duties. Now to Leyawiin.
She chose Sapphire because your color reminded her of the color reminded her of your skin and your jacket. Ah, I see. I do like sapphires. They are one of my favorite gemstones. Okay, if I remember, I think it said we're going back to Leyawiin. I will, but first I think I'm gonna head over here because I see a Sky Shard, and Sky Shards, they do give us skill points. So it's off to get the Sky Shard if I can. On my way back to Leyawiin. Yes, I think I can get that. I think I can get that Sky Shard. All right, got a skill point. Actually, I should check out my Brave Lord. I should check and see how far away I'm at because I do know that I've been waiting to get skills up so I can get the mage. Yes, I think I get Skeletal Mage now. Alright, I can get a Knights and you get Skeletal Mage. I think I will assign it here. And try a Skeletal Mage. and the next time I get an enemy. By the way, it's also no with some when the class I'm playing as Necromancer, there are some abilities that if I try to use them, it will get me in trouble with the guards if I do it like in a town, because Necromancy and Sky and Elder Scrolls, it's looked down upon. So if I was to like do it like in the middle of town where they're town guard, they would come after me. Wait, why am I here? Ah, I see that. So that's where the marker was. I thought it was gonna be in town. Apparently not. Well, luckily I can just swim on over. I still think what really would be neat is, I know in the lore of Elder Scrolls there's another continent across the sea. I really wish they would actually add that into the game as well, or have that be like for an Elder Scroll, a standalone Elder Scrolls game where we explore part of the continent of Akaviri. I remember that's what it was, because it would be interesting to see the different cultures over there. But from the way it looks like, if you look at Tamriel, it's mostly based on like Western, and it has a bit of Middle Eastern culture in it too. So I'm pretty sure if we were to like go to the other continent that's in this world, it probably would be based on Eastern culture. Because you look at how like some of the places are in Elder Scrolls, you don't see any like you don't see like any kind of like Eastern buildings or anything like that. You see European buildings. Okay, so why would the counselor be in Tidewater Cave? Well, we're about to find out. Plus, it'll give me a chance to use my skeletal mage. Wow, Skeletal Mage really takes a lot of money to magic to make. Giant tick. Dog. Sorry, the dog was rabid. Had to be put down.
The mercenary. A few moments later, and you would have found an empty cave. Your timing really is impeccable. We've already packed up my records, and we're about to head out. But what news of the other counselors? Did your warnings reach them in time? All 3 of them? That's disheartening news. Well, I'll take my records to Leowen. Perhaps between the 2 of us, Counselor Leviticus and I can ascertain what past incident has returned to haunt us. Oh, just a lifetime of public service and bureaucracy. Mostly financial records, but also meeting notes, ledgers, those sorts of things. I oversaw budgets and finances, the collection of taxes, public works, and I kept immaculate records.
That's a lot of records to go through.
Emperor Leovic loved to hide things in coded documents. But what about Counselor Vandacia? Do we know if he's still safe in Gideon? Perfect. I look forward to conferring with the remaining members of the Elder Council. These brigadines will make sure I get to the city safely. Me and my records both. I'll see you in Leowen, mercenary.
Okay. Now, I guess we go to Leowen.
Dark Brotherhood. They must be driven out of Blackwood.
I still can't figure out why they would be targeting us, Vandacia.
Eliminate the threat first. Then we can seek answers.
Maybe it's not them, someone's trying to frame them.
All of the remaining counselors in Blackwood are gathered here in the castle. Valeria, Vandacia, and myself. While we await the arrival... Yes, I remember reports of their presence early in Morikar's reign, but they were driven out. The assassins must see this as the perfect opportunity to reclaim their base, but what does that have to do with Leovic's secret and the ambitions? Vandacia, Valeria, and I were just discussing that. We think Leovic had each of the counselors unknowingly working on a different aspect of the Ambitions project. They each had access to a piece of the puzzle, but no one but Leovic knew everything. That's our prevailing theory. If the counselors ever came together to compare notes, the truth of the ambitions would be revealed. To stop that from happening, the Dark Brotherhood was sent to kill my colleagues. Indeed. Very curious. Still, I'm hesitant to take the word of an admitted killer at face value. Not with so much at stake. Regardless, their very presence still poses a threat to all of Blackwood. The Sanctuary cannot be allowed to reopen. Jyrix and Sophis' documents contain information written in Imperial code. I sent for the scribe Aragon, but he has yet to arrive. Until then, the counselors will remain safe within these walls. You have done well so far, and have my thanks. Whatever the truth behind the murders of my fellow counselors, we can't allow the Dark Brotherhood to gain a foothold in Blackwood. I'd like you and Evely to go to Bloodrun Cave to ascertain the situation there. Talk to Evely and make your plans. Until we know more, I'm not prepared to engage in an all-out war with the Dark Brotherhood. No, better to send you and Evely to investigate the situation. Then we can determine if a more forceful response is warranted.
Hey partner, over here! All right, you heard Leviticus. Time to get back to work. While the counselors remain here and wait for the scribe to show up, we need to determine what your Dark Brotherhood friends are actually up to. Show me that letter you found in Gideon. Yeah, these are definitely orders. It mentions Bloodrun Cave. That's northeast of Leyawiin, toward the edge of Blackwood territory. Well, as the spinners always say, the best way to find out what's happening in the clearing is to step into it.
I will be right back, everyone. I need to go and refill my drink. So, BRB, everyone. Okay, everyone, I am back. Let me just get rid of. Well, that wasn't what I wanted to get rid of. Meant to get the other, make the other thing disappear.
Of course it does. Nothing has been easy since I found that strange book and started chasing down Leovic's secret. Well, are you still interested in solving the mystery of the ambitions? Will you come with me to Bloodrun Cave? Meet me at Bloodrun Cave. Despite your assurances, we need to determine beyond a shadow of a doubt whether the Dark Brotherhood is behind the murders or not. I'm still not sure I can trust you. You're an assassin, and you only just told me.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I did go over to the Gold Coast during the free trial with this character and did join the Dark Brotherhood. So yeah, I kind of am a member of the Dark Brotherhood, but then again, I'm not like a completely devoted member.
All right, but why keep it a secret from me? We were trying to prevent the Councilors from being murdered, but 4 people had to die before you decided to mention your connection to the murderers. Oh, sorry, possible murderers.
Oh yeah, because even though we're a member of the Dark Brotherhood, we didn't commit these murders because we didn't get the contract for them.
Didn't matter? All right, I'll keep your secret for now. But if the Dark Brotherhood turns out to be involved and you lied to me, I'll put an arrow between your eyes myself.
My vision got blurry for a second, but then I realized I just needed to clean my glasses a bit. Yeah, I know how the feeling with that, Soul Keeper. When my glasses will get dirty at times, and I do need to wipe them off.
Remember back at Fort Blueblood when we found the murdered servant? I had a vision of a shadowy figure. It was a robed and hooded cultist. Order of the Waking Flame, I think. It was brief and powerful, over in a moment, but the figure felt evil. What else could it be? It's written in an unknown language. Probably Daedric. Lupus sent me to find it, so it must be important. The last vision was a warning about the cultists. I can't let them get this book. I'll hang on to it, no matter what.
I wonder if it's maybe not Mayor's Dagon, but then I guess it would be. But then again, it could probably maybe be Mephala, because that's how the pages of Mephala been wearing a hood, robe and everything. It's scary how I guess you wear glasses too. My psychic. Nope, a lot of people wear glasses. I've always worn glasses. It's just that I didn't put them on my model because I don't know, because it really didn't look good on the model when I tried to do it. But yeah, I do wear glasses, and I can tell you right now, without my glasses on, I'm as blind as a bat. I can't see anything except for my the hand in front of my face.
I'll meet you at Bloodrun Cave.
You made the right call.
Let's talk with him.
Bloodrun Cave is a dangerous place, whether the Dark Brotherhood is present or not. You and Evely should be on your guard at all times. Watch out for each other. I would hate to lose operatives as valuable as you two have been. Evely brought word of a threat against the former members of Bloodrun Cave. Evely brought word of a threat against the former members of the Imperial Elder Council, including Councilor Leviticus. The threat seems to be related to a secret of the Longhouse Emperors, a secret concerning something called the Four Ambitions.
Actually, there's one reason why I made the goggles that I have for my model. The goggles, that's one of the reasons why I made the goggles, is because they're eyewear. He doesn't need to wear them all the time. Lore-wise, he doesn't need to wear them all the time, but he wears them when he needs to, like to see very long distance. And they also do help out when building stuff as well. Especially when you're in the workshop. Eating or drinking anything with glasses on is a pain, but though I actually really don't have that problem with a lot of stuff that is hot because my glasses really don't fog up. But then again, my glasses are transitions, and they have a whole bunch of feature stuff where anti-scratch resistant and got transitions. That's probably why, even if they get fogged up a bit, it'll last very long. It usually disappears.
We don't actually know. We sent for an Imperial scribe to decipher the coded documents you found, but they have yet to arrive. In the meantime, we've been doing everything we can to protect the Counselors from Dark Brotherhood assassins. Leviticus, Valeria, and Vandacia are safely ensconced in Leowen Castle. Unfortunately, we couldn't save Jirik, Sophus, and Eivor. You found the Dark Brotherhood's calling card at every scene, yet the assassin you met claims they killed no one. Assassins are not the most reliable source of truth. Still, that's part of what we're sending you to their sanctuary to determine. Good luck, mercenary. We're all counting on you.
Blood Run Cave. I actually have not completed the Thieves Guild or the Dark Brotherhood, but mainly that's because I was busy with other things, and so I still have a lot on the Dark Brotherhood to do, but at least I have the ability to use the knife when I want to sneak around. And I think I am going the wrong way again. Damn, Blood Run Cave is very far away. But doing this will help speed up the time. Ooh, crocodile. Trying to get me some crocodile boot. I just ate the crocodile soul. Mmm, tasty. I've never actually had alligator before, but I do wonder what alligator would taste like. Copper dust. Hmm. You let the alligator take a few bites in your leg. They said, "All right, time to eat your soul." And I've had alligator before. It's like really tender steak in a way. Ah.
Yeah.
I remember also when I played Red Dead Redemption 2 online, I just had my character all decked out in reptilian themed clothing. Had a gator hat, had a snake skin coat. I think it was snakeskin boots as well. What the heck is your character riding on? Oh, it's a wingless griffin is what I'm riding on. I can show you the collections. Where is it? Ah, here it is. This is the Quasi-Griff. That's what I am riding. I got this griffin after doing a whole bunch of legendary repeating quests and getting writs. Because in order to get this griffin, I had to first make this illusionary dragon, which took a lot of writs to, not writs, but took a lot of tickets to get. And then I had to get a few other items, and then what it does, it morphs that illusionary dragon into an item. And I could have done I could have gotten items for either like the scales of Akatosh or the griffin, but I chose the griffin because I needed a new mount, because all I had was the default horse you get when you unlock the ability to ride an animal. Now, one mount I do want to try to get, I was going to say, to say if that's a wolf, that could be Soul helping you get around. Well, one thing that is a wolf that is in the game that I would not mind getting is the Ebon Dwarven Wolf. But in order to get this, I have to get a whole bunch. In order to get this Dwarven Wolf, there is a lot, and I mean a lot. I'll have to do in order to get this wolf, because in order to get this wolf, you have to be at a certain level with a certain faction. And you also have to have 17 pieces, which are not easy to get, because sister, she's gotten most of the pieces. Unfortunately, a lot of them are the last 7 of them are like behind bosses or haven't been dropping. So yeah, there's a lot to get for that Dwemer wolf. I would not mind getting that wolf. When it comes to Elder Scrolls, I would have to say learning about the Dwemer, that is one of my favorite things to do, because I just love the way the Dwemer ruins are. I mean, imagine having a castle of metal and stone where it has pipes running through it. That's actually how I picture the workshop being, like the structure and everything. Like the main structure of it being is where it's made out of stone and metal, and has pipes running through the place. But also but it does have some modern anemones over time, just like it's been there a long time. But it has modern and sci-fi, very advanced sci-fi stuff built into the structure. And we made it to Bloodrun Cave. If I come into stream on a day and I see you're riding a wolf and I hear you say, Let's go, Soul. I will just simply pass away. Ooh, this cave's pretty.
Glad you made it. I wasn't looking forward to going much deeper without you. So this is Bloodrun Cave, huh? Creepy. You go on ahead. I'll follow behind you. Make sure nothing tries to ambush us. I'll catch up farther in. Check the letter you found. It said something about a door located deeper inside the cave. And there was a strange line about death being the key, whatever that means. Go on. I'll follow along shortly.
Okay, I guess I'll take this route. Okay, it says death being the key, so maybe finding dead skeletons, that might be the way. Yeah, this might be the way to the Dark Brotherhood by killing the dead. Gold, take that. Venom bow. I ain't afraid of no ghosts. Ah, Sky Shard. has to be on the right track because it said the death is the key, which means probably following the dead.
This place is huge! No sign of the Dark Brotherhood. Just a lot of creepy undead. Let's keep going.
Oh, it's a fellow player. I have to be on the right track. Ah, yes, this is definitely Dark Brotherhood Sanctuary.
This looks promising. Let's talk. That creepy black door. That's gotta be the entrance to the Dark Brotherhood Sanctuary. I doubt it's as simple as turning a knob, because that door doesn't have one. Let me see that letter you found again. Wasn't there something about a key? Gutted, untold danger, long trek, clear out. Ah! Here it is. And remember, death, my brother. That's the key.
You need a passphrase to open the black door. That definitely sounds like
You
it.
really do know your Dark Brotherhood stuff. Sure would have been helpful if you mentioned any of this a lot earlier. All right, assassin. Is that what I call you now? If you're so smart, go and open the door. I'll wait.
Okay.
Go ahead. See if that passphrase opens the creepy black door.
Oh, we gotta hear that again. Okay, since I'm here, I should probably get my Dark Brotherhood outfit on.
Still looking for your murderer? Well, you've come to the wrong place, my friends.
We found the Black Hands beside every body.
Must I say it again?
Oh hell no! If a door whispered like that to me, I'd be leaving. You probably so keep you probably never heard what Hamaris Mora sounds like, have you? He is really intimidating. If if you hear Hermaris Mora.
Haven't we had this conversation already? The Dark Brotherhood didn't murder those counselors. I have no quarrel with you, and you none with me. Now turn around and leave before you force me to do something you will definitely regret. Leowyn demands, does it? Very well. This sanctuary belongs to the Dark Brotherhood. It has for a very long time. I have been given the joyous task of reopening it. I assure you, we're a business. We have no designs on Leowyn or the Councilors. Obviously some enemy of the Councilors who wants to confuse you, throw suspicion on the Dark Brotherhood, keep you chasing after shadows while they accomplish whatever it is they hope to do. Perhaps we can work together to... What? Now what? Cultists, portaling in. Quickly, secure the sanctuary.
That's the Order of the Waking Flame. What are they doing here? Come on, we need to figure out what's going on.
No, I haven't, and I've never seen this game, and I'd rather not find out if he sounds intimidating or not. Oh, but you will, because I do plan on playing the Necrom story when it releases.
Did the Waking Flame cultists follow us here?
Oh, great. Not the scamp healing. I wonder what I just picked up. I'll have to check and see what I get here.
The Waking Flame is definitely trying to occupy this sanctuary. But why?
It might be a perfect staging ground to summon Hermaris, not Hermaris Mora, but Mehru's Dagon.
Fall back!
Close the portals! Warn the High Priest!
Oh, I think not. All right. What were we discussing before they so rudely interrupted us? I assume this will satisfy your masters in Leowyn. The Dark Brotherhood is not your enemy. The Order of the Waking Flame invaded our sanctuary and killed my brothers and sisters. I can't let them get away with that.
Why would they attack the sanctuary?
Seems to me the cultists didn't want you talking to me. Didn't want you hearing me tell you for the 100th time that the Dark Brotherhood didn't kill those counselors. If you ask me, those are your murderers. The Order of the Waking Flame. Opportunity and motive. Look, I don't know what that may be, and I don't want to know. But I do want to step through this portal and stick my dagger in their High Priest's throat. Care to come along?
Oh, that does sound fun. Why don't we... let's take down some cultists.
Good. Now you'll see how a Dark Brotherhood assassin deals with unsanctioned targets. And please notice that I won't be dropping any notes or leaflets along the way. Come on. Let's go before the portal closes.
Stay with the assassin. I'll inform Captain Rian and Counselor Leviticus about the cultists.
Okay, into the Daedric portal we go.
An alien ruin? Not the worst place for a Daedric cult to hide out. Let's look around. Oh, looks like I'm not the only one who leaves important papers lying about. Give that a read, why don't you?
Okay, so they are behind it.
Their High Priest actually ordered them to kill us.
Oh, looks like someone's already been through here. And there's the player.
A close approximation of our calling card, but that entire pile is obviously a forgery. Assassins did that. Then the cultists crawled back here to die. See if they're carrying anything important. Definitely has a sense of Daedric cultist about it. Let's look around and see if we can find their High Priest. I really do want to loosen his tongue before I slice it off. That amulet looks good. Better hang on to that.
We will kill them all!
So the Order of the Waking Flame killed your counselors and placed the blame on the Dark Brotherhood. Then their High Priest sent his followers to kill us. Care to enlighten me as to what this is actually all about now? All this fuss and bother over an old Imperial secret? Let's review what we learned. The High Priest of the Order of the Waking Flame sent cultists to the Sanctuary to eliminate both my Dark Brotherhood assassins and you and the Wood Elf.
And that pile of black handprints is evidence that they were trying to blame you for the murders.
Obviously the cult has someone watching you. They knew exactly when to attack, certain we'd all be in the sanctuary.
Maybe they have someone
Plus,
on the
they were after
inside.
some cash hidden there. So who are these cultists? And how well do you trust your masters in Leowyn? I'm not suggesting anything, just following the clues. If the cultists are Dagonists, then their high priest is probably a true fanatic. This secret must be pretty important, and most likely pertains to death and destruction. Let's keep searching. Let's see if something deeper inside this ruin points us to the identity of the cult's high priest. Figure out who they are, and you may learn more about this secret than you ever imagined. Oh, and you still have that amulet. It might come in handy. Because I owe them for besmirching the good reputation of the Dark Brotherhood and for ordering the deaths of my brothers and sisters. And because now, I'm curious. It's like an itch that needs to be scratched. No, the orders suggested it was placed in the sanctuary after we abandoned it the first time. We hadn't finished reopening the place, and I hadn't run across any hidden caches. Another mystery, I suppose. Let's keep looking.
All right, time to get back to looking. Okay, time to go through the door.
Impressive. Let's see what's on the other side. Over here. Voices.
We failed to kill all the assassins, and the Wood Elf and the mercenary are still alive.
Yes. The High Priest isn't going to be happy about that, but we retrieved the cache hidden in the old sanctuary.
With the contents of the cache, the High Priest should be able to determine where to find the first ambition.
Agreed. And we will soon have the location of another one of the ambitions. As just another Imperial counselor, the High Priest has them all fooled.
Now that's something new. What do you think? Sometimes listening provides the answers we seek. It seems their High Priest is actually one of your counselors. That explains how they knew your movements. And they found whatever they were looking for in the sanctuary. I'd rather not know any more about this damn secret. It's cursed. But did you see how they opened that portal? They used their amulet on the pedestal. You still have the one we found. Let's find another pedestal and see if we can follow them. Keep looking. We need to find a pedestal like the one those cultists used.
Tasty. Could that be a pedestal? Nope, not it. This is just a door that leads back out, so continue on. I must go the other way then.
That pedestal looks promising. Let's talk before you try to open a portal. This may work. It may not. We may open a portal that takes us to the cultists, or we may open one to some dark and deadly corner of oblivion. Still, nothing ventured, nothing gained. So,
yeah, we could end up in one of the other. We could end up in Cold Harbor.
It looked to me like the cultists used their amulet on the pedestal and opened a portal. Examine the pedestal and see if there's a place to fit the amulet. These Dagonist fools think they've gotten the better of us. Let's prove them wrong.
Oh, I just remembered there's a piece of armor I hadn't even checked to see if I could apply it. See. Nope, not those. All right, time to go through the portal.
Turns out to be a good or bad idea.
Okay.
Vandacia is the Order's High Priest. I knew I disliked the man the moment he had me beaten.
Okay, so the guy that had beat him, but the guards, he's the High Priest.
We're too late. The location of the ambition was sent to the High Priest. What was that about an attack on Leowyn Castle? So, now I know who needs to die for this grave insult to the Dark Brotherhood. Councillor Vandacia, the High Priest of the Waking Flame. But what do you make of that journal entry about the first ambition and an attack on Leowyn Castle?
They sent whatever they found Vandacia and apparently ordered the cultists to attack Leowyn.
They got what they were after, and now they're sending their forces to kill the rest of the councillors. With the other councillors dead, Vandacia will be the only person who knows the secret of the Longhouse Emperors. And Vandacia will do everything in his power to get his hands on those documents. I suppose your course is clear. You need to return to Leowyn Castle as quick as you can. I'm going to stick around and deal with a few more of these Waking Flame cultists. I still have a little anger to work off after that attack on my sanctuary. I suggest you return to Leowyn Castle with all due haste. I'm an assassin, not a soldier. I've done my part. Now go do yours. When I'm finished here, if Vandacia is still alive, well, then we'll see what we shall see.
Okay, time to go back through another portal.
Exit, or to some terrible plane of oblivion. One or the other.
All right, we're back here. Wait, what? Oh, I see. For a second, I thought it wanted me to go back because I didn't go like walk all the way through the dungeon to get out.
Get those doors open. We need to get to the counselors.
They're barred from the other side.
Mercenary, you've returned. Everly's attempting to breach the barracks. Go! The Waking Flame cultists created a distraction. And like raw recruits, both Everly and I fell for it. As soon as we left the castle, they swarmed the place and barricaded themselves inside. I'm not sure. By the time we realized the distraction was nothing more than a ruse, the cultists had locked us out. If the cultists harm Leviticus, Vandacia, and the others, I won't rest until they pay.
Vandacia's the traitor.
What? Are you certain? Vandacia has served Blackwood and the Empire before that for more than 50 years. Enough. We need to get inside. Then we can determine the truth of all this. Find Everly by the barracks and assist her.
Okay, so I'm going in another way into the castle.
Steady. Wait for it. Now we can go in. Let's... Oh, you're here. Oh, thank Ifra you're back. Captain Rian and I, they tricked us, lured us out of the castle. Now the place is locked down and I don't know if any of the counselors are still alive. I've mucked this up real good. Vandacia? That traitor! He tricked us! Lied to us! Had his own colleagues murdered! And all to get his hands on a few Daedric weapons? But Lyrinth, the Dremora, she told me that the fate of the world was at stake. We need to reach the counselors. Yes, the barracks connect to the rest of the castle. Since I dispatched the cultist guards, we can get to the counselors and the legates this way. Let's go, but stay alert. We're not sure how many of those cracked acorns are waiting for us in there.
Let's head inside.
Hurry! We need to reach the counselors. believe Vandacia fooled us. Or that he's in charge of these fanatics.
Wait, where did he come from? Ooh, Soul Gem. Please tell me I get Soul Gem. Yes.
Vandacia, how could you?
Valeria, with everything at stake, how could I not?
Counselor Valeria! No!
Damn. Well, it looks like that's the end of her.
Baragon? When did you get here?
I came as soon as word arrived from Councillor Leviticus. I was with him when the cultists attacked, but we got separated.
We have to find Leviticus. Come with us, brother. We need to stick together.
Not the way we play Conjure, using that to heal. And why can't I move? Okay, there we go. And in this situation, they won't mind if I'm using my my Skeletal Mage.
Counselor Valeria. She's dead. We have to keep looking for Leviticus.
All right.
Vandacia, you traitor.
I will finish what the Longhouse Emperors started, Leviticus. I will set loose the power of the four ambitions. Lord Dagon, hear your high priest. Send forth a champion to destroy these measures.
Kill it! Kill it!
And go berries. Death to the mortals.
Don't worry about me. Deal with that creature.
Disciple of Aspiration.
You're alive. Let me get you out of here and somewhere safe.
So much for the disciple.
Bastard fooled us all.
Okay, what was with that sound? It sounded like there's probably chaos going on in the streets.
Friend of my sister, come, speak with me. Now that we're out of immediate danger, I will say it is good to see you again. I only wish it was under better circumstances. I have good news, however. I deciphered the code in the documents you recovered. I'm not sure. I only translated a small bit of the code before the assault began. It mentioned a vault to protect them, which I assumed to mean the ambitions. It's hidden in the Ojel Bok, but I'm not familiar with the term. Argonian, perhaps? It sounds like it, but I'm not sure. I haven't reported to Councillor Lovidicus yet. Since it looks like he wants to talk to you now, please inform him of my findings. And tell him I apologize I wasn't able to decipher her anymore. Let Councillor Lovidicus know what I deciphered from the coded document. That the vault that protects them is hidden in the Ojel Bok. I wish I had been able to finish translating all the documents before Vandacia stole them. And you as well, my friend. Thank you for continuing to assist my sister. I know she can handle herself, but that doesn't mean I don't worry about her. I imagine he didn't think I had time to decipher any of the coded passages. I barely had a moment to look at the documents when the portals opened and his cultists burst in. Luckily, I'm very familiar with that particular code. It was my specialty. Alas, my adventuring days are long past. I'm much more comfortable these days with a quill and ink instead of a sword and shield. I'll stick around and ask if Councillor Lovidicus requires any more of my services, though, as long as I'm here.
Okay, let's report to the counselor. Find out what he knows.
Will pay. I swear it.
Councillor Leviticus, you need to rest.
A high priest of Mehrunes Dagon. Has he been a Daedric cultist all these years? I failed to see the signs, and now the counselors. They're all dead. Valeria, Sophis, Eivor, and Jirek.
Well, he couldn't have... No, sometimes some people are good at hiding things like that.
Yes, of course. The Sanctuary.
I mean, look at Star Wars. I mean, Palpatine was a Sith Lord the whole time, and yet he hid it very well from the Jedi.
What else did you uncover while you were away? It's worse than that. Vandacia wrestled the documents you acquired from the other counselors away from the scribe. Once he translates them, he may know the location of all 4 of the ambitions. Ojel Bok. I've heard that term. It's Argonian. I believe it refers to a natural formation deep in the Blackwood Marsh. But Vandacia was more familiar with that region than I know someone who can help us, though. I believe you already met her. If the term leads us to the vault, so be it. All we can do is follow the clues we've been given. Talk to Keshu the Blackfin. If anyone can help us navigate the wilds of Blackwood, it's Governor Keshu.
Damn. I can't believe Vandacia is a traitor and a cult leader. And he killed Valeria. Almost killed Leviticus. He's been ahead of us the entire time. We can't let him get to the ambitions. We just can't. All right, we have a plan. In the meantime, we saved Councillor Leviticus, cleared the Dark Brotherhood of the murders, and determined Vandacia is the traitor and leader of the cult. You did good, my friend. Here, your share of our compensation. So, the information from the former councillors points to an Argonian location. Someplace called the Ojel Bok. Vandacia ran off with the documents before we could learn more. Now we need to figure out what it means before his cultists beat us to it. No, but Councillor Leviticus has heard the term. Says it's a landmark in the Solzan territory. The document suggested it's a site connected to the four ambitions. Maybe where the weapons are stored? We need to consult with an expert on that region. Governor Keshu of Gideon. Councillor Leviticus says she knows the swamps and bogs of Blackmarsh like the back of her hand. So, can I count on you? Will you come with me to Gideon to talk to Keshu the Blackfin?
Yep.
We'll meet up in Gideon. We can talk to Governor Keshu there. She has to know about this Ojel Bok thing. She has to. Just what I've heard. She emerged from the Black Marsh swamps and made a name for herself as a freedom fighter. Battled Dark Elf slavers along the Morrowind border. When the Akaviri invaders arrived, she took her soldiers and helped save Windhelm. About 10 years ago now, defeated the invasion and helped form the Ebonheart Pact. Even commanded the Pact army during the start of the Three Banners War. Then one day she turned in her commission, came back to serve as Governor of Gideon. Keshu's progressive as far as Argonians go. I hear she has an interest in the history of the Argonians, but she genuinely seems committed to creating an open and enlightened community for all people in Gideon. Actually, I can't wait to talk to her. Now that you mention it, very much so. He was a member of the Elder Council. His name was on the list of people that knew Leovic's secret. I thought I was supposed to protect him, keep him safe from the murderer. But he was the murderer.
It's not murder, it's Mordor.
After he killed Valeria and grabbed the coded documents, he ran. He could be anywhere. He's had decades to establish the Waking Flame and set up hiding holes. But he's after the ambitions, same as us. We need to find the hidden vault before he does.
Hey, before we do that, I need to refill my drink because I am out again. So I will be right back. And oh yeah, or past the time when ads play. But I will see you guys in just a sec. Hey, BRB everyone, I'll be right back. Okay, everyone, I am back. Let me just get rid of the BRB. Well, not that. Okay, where am I going? Back to Gideon. Okay, where is the governor? Maybe downstairs? If there is a downstairs, because I don't see... Ah, not downstairs, upstairs.
Are you talking to me? Without a proper... Vondacia, a cultist. Gideon will... Counselor Vondacia, a traitor and a Daedric cultist. I can't believe he had us all fooled for so many years. But that's a matter for another time. Evely tells me you have a lead for finding these so-called ambitions. Counselor Leviticus was right to send you to me. In Argonian, Ojel Bok roughly translates as Pit of the Outsider. There is a natural formation to the south that bears the name. Unfortunately, it lies in territory claimed by the Sul'Zan tribe.
Sul'Zan tribe?
The Sul'Zan are a savage people, Nagas, who revere the forces of death and chaos. You must traverse their land to reach the Pit of the Outsider. The Nagas recognize no authority other than themselves and their leaders. They do not welcome visitors. South of Stone Wastes, in the heart of Sul'Zan territory, I suggest caution and stealth. Try to avoid starting a war with the tribe if you can at all help it. Bring whatever you find back here. Gideon will keep it safe, I assure you. Ojel Bok, the Pit of the Outsider. It's a natural formation located south of Stone Wastes. Just proceed carefully, as it lies in the heart of Sul'Zan territory. I suggest you meet Evely on the outskirts of their territory and go from there. After many years of fighting, including my time as the commander of the Pact forces in the Three Banners War, I decided I had enough. Shortly after I arrived in Gideon, the governorship became available. It is my honor to serve this city. No, Blackwood and the Topal Bay region remain independent entities. We have a trade agreement with Leowyn, but otherwise we're on our own. We hope the war stays to the north and west. Moreover, we hope it ends quickly. No. He served the Longhouse Emperors from the day they seized the Ruby Throne, eventually becoming a member of the Elder Council. Since the collapse of the Empire, he has been a trusted advisor, both here and in Leowyn. This news is a shock. Only what young Evely was telling me before you arrived. I never heard of them before today. I will, however, get my best Blackfin Legionnaires to investigate them. Vondacia has lived in Gideon a long time. Someone here must know something. The Sul'Zan are brutal. They sacrifice their enemies to the dark forces they serve, and their thirst for blood knows no bounds.
Sounds scary.
That is why I urge caution. As you make your way through their territory, they will show you neither kindness nor mercy.
Alright, let's go talk to the Nagas. Cookie fire looks good. Oh yeah, I forgot these are all the recipes I got. Ooh, pumpkin cheesecake. That does sound delicious. But before we do that, I need to go and get rid of some stuff and sell off stuff because my inventory is getting full. So I am going to go. Well, not that way, Shrine, and I did not mean to do that. I meant to. Okay, let's see. This way, Shrine. Okay, first to sell some things.
Hammer it!
Oh, I meant to put. Oh, that brazier. That's supposed to be at my. And that's supposed to be at my house. Okay, and I have some things I need to dismantle. For one thing, I know I got Thord and Chrysis to deconstruct. All right, level 7. Now I have a lot more stuff to sell.
I thought for sure.
Okay. Oh wait, I forgot. I still have some other stuff I need to deconstruct. I forgot. Shields are a different item with woodworking. Okay, now I can sell. And I need to make a quick stop to my house because there's some things I need to store and put in there. So, you go. Actions. No, I had a whole bunch of the stuff on me, I think. Did I restore that? Where is it? Maybe I already, yeah, I think I already deposited them. Yeah, I think that's everything. Okay, time to head back out and start doing more of the mission. Into the Sul'Zan. And why did it take me to Northern Elsewhere when I wanted to go back to where I transported from? Okay, looks like I have to go to the Wayne Shrine.
Shore's bones. Rigert knew he should have brought more mead. Here we go. Let's see. All right, now we're back in Blackwood. Okay, I need to go this way.
Azura, by Azura, by Azura! I can't believe this. Is it really you?
Oh God, not one of these. They just had to put one in here. I really hope this is not him. Please don't let it be him.
It's you. It's actually you. My friend said you were a story, a myth, but here you are. It is you, right? The hero of Tamriel? The Slayer from the legends. It has to be. You look just like the paintings. Can you help me? A famed warrior is asking if I need help. This is what I've always dreamed of.
Oh God, no. They had to put the fan that goes by Azura in here.
I'm sure I could find myself some trouble to get into if you'd want. No, it's all right. Listen, what would you rather fight? A pack of lions? Perhaps a vicious troll? I'm sure I could find one nearby. Oh, it should be more than one. Let's give the bards a good song. How does a dozen trolls sound? You're right. Trolls aren't enough for a legendary hero.
We need something bigger, more menacing. Oh, I heard about these weird cultists. The Order of the Waking Flame. You can rescue me from the cultists! Oh, how exciting! This is going to be great. Just wait until I tell all my friends back in Bravo.
Oh God, they had to put him. They had to put him in there. They just had to put the fan in the game. If you look up Watch Mojo's most annoying video game characters, you'll find a character from Oblivion that does the same thing. That goes by Azura, by Azura, by Azura, and I'm telling you, that character, he is annoying.
Care to check my wares?
Actually, I just need repairs.
Over here. Let's talk.
Okay, that must mean we're near the territory.
Ready to make our way into hostile territory?
What the? Go away, you ticks. Ugh, ugly things. Wasn't expecting two monster ticks coming after us.
Ready to make our way into hostile territory? We need to find this pit of the Outsider, see if the vault is there, and reach the ambitions before the Order of the Waking Flame beats us to them. Well, you heard Governor Keshu. This is Sulzon territory. We want to avoid contact with this hostile tribe of Argonians if at all possible.
Oh, thank you for the follow, Smoking Gaming, and thank you and welcome to the workshop.
Also,
my name is Arkantus. I'm an ancient Ice Demon VTuber. I play video games and I do 3D modeling. Welcome on in.
another waking vision. Happened when I got here. I think that strange book is trying to tell me something. I saw these weird cubes with symbols on them. Symbols like the ones in the book I'm carrying. I'm not sure what it all means. I want to find the vault. With any luck, we're way ahead of Vandacia and his cultists. Maybe we can get in, grab the weapons, and get back to Gideon before anyone even notices that we're around. Are you ready?
All right, let's do this.
Remember to avoid the Sulzan, but keep an eye out for the Waking Flame cultists. I wouldn't be surprised if we run into them before too long. Now, let's go find the Pit of the Outsider. They've got to be somewhere. Besides, we don't know exactly what Vandacia learned when he killed the Councillors, or what he got out of the documents he stole from Leowyn. We have to assume he's on the same trail as we are. Just what you'd expect, I imagine. They are bloodthirsty savages who revere death and chaos, after all. Be ready to fight. That's all I'm saying. It's possible, I guess, but we haven't seen any evidence of that up to this point. Look, we won't find out any more if we just stand here and talk about it. Let's get going, all right? They've got to be somewhere. Besides, we don't know exactly what Vandacia learned when he killed...
Okay. Time to head on in.
Hey, that shouldn't be there.
Ah, little mortals.
I was wondering when she would show up.
There you are, little mortal. It seems we once again find ourselves on the trail of the same mystery. I expect we can aid one another in the events that are about to unfold. Since we last met, I have been watching the activities of the Order of the Waking Flame. I followed a couple of their scouts to this location and discovered this charming Daedric vault. I believe the ambitions that you seek are locked inside. Unfortunately, the vault is warded like the Imperial annexes. Wards designed to repel Daedra, including me. Remove the wards and open the way, and we will both have our curiosity satisfied. Oh, and about that strange book that the elf carries.
What about the book?
When the wood elf and I crossed paths when she first learned of Leovik's secret, I sensed something unusual about her. It's the book she carries. It's an ancient and powerful tome of questionable origin.
That does sound interesting.
I believe the book to be the Mysterium Xarxis, a tome penned by Mehrunes Dagon himself. Or so they say. Whatever the truth of its origins, the tome is both powerful and dangerous. Eveli must place it on the lectern to disable the wards. I dealt with one of the scouts. She will not bother anyone again. The other may have slipped away while I was studying the vault's exterior. So I suggest you pick up the pace. The cultists could return in force at any moment. Remember, while the wards are in place, none of us can enter the vault. Use the book the wood elf carries to disable them and open the way. Once the wards are down, I shall meet you inside. Now hurry. The Waking Flame could arrive at any moment.
And yeah, that is a question. How does she know the vault is Daedric?
You cannot see it. The exquisite workmanship. The otherworldly crafting. This vault was not forged by mortal hands. In fact, I believe it was constructed in the lava crucibles of the Deadlands. It was definitely built to contain something powerful. Curiosity, little mortal. How else am I to fill the endless days of immortality? I collect secrets, and I long to learn the truth of the Longhouse Emperors and their mysterious...
Yeah, that does tend to happen if you're an immoral. You kind of always have to find things to entertain yourself. I mean, look at Sheogorath. He always is looking for a way to entertain himself.
Need is such a specific word. I do not need anything, little mortal. I am quite content to find a new distraction and leave your pitiful world to the Prince of Destruction. However, if you do decide to open the vault, I shall aid you as I can. The wards not only serve as powerful locks, they are designed to specifically keep Daedric entities such as myself from passing through them.
But they probably also keep Mayor's Dagon from getting to them as well.
To me, the wards are deadly. Enough. The Daedric Vault awaits. Dagonists and Dremora familiar with such things say it was scribed in the deserts of the Deadlands. I did some research after I sensed the Wood Elf had it. An artifact of great and evil power, it is said that merely handling it could be dangerous. That I do not know. Artifacts related to Daedric princes often possess a corrupting influence. At the least, she will probably feel a sense of discomfort if she hasn't experienced it already.
That might explain the dreams.
But tread carefully.
Might explain the dreams she's always been having.
All right, I'm placing the book as Lyrinth suggested. You check out those cubes.
Okay. Okay, there gotta be some sort of symbol on these that I need to do in order. Okay, I think I see the pattern. I didn't notice that until now, but I think I need to have it to where this one. Nope, not that symbol.
Hey, that did something.
Okay, looks like I'm on the right track. Means
keep going.
And finally,
I think you did it. Let's check the door.
all right, in we go.
Look at this place.
Well done, little mortal. Now I must explore.
Yep, this is definitely a Daedric vault.
Just rushes ahead without us? Figures. Well, I guess we should start looking around too. Everything we learned so far indicates that the Daedric weapons should be in here somewhere. It all comes back to Emperor Leovic's secret. How he hid the four ambitions before Varen reached Imperial City and killed him. We don't know exactly what these four ambitions are, but the documents indicated they're Daedric weapons of some sort. Yup, and Lyrinth thinks they could arrive here at any moment. Let's look around. Oh hey, one more thing. The book sort of started to tingle the moment we entered the vault. Just thought you should know. The Mysterium what now? Never mind, I can worry about that later. Right now we have a job to do. I want to find out what's so important that Leovic had to stick it in a warded and sealed Daedric vault. I suppose the book started this whole quest. I found it in the Longhouse Emperor's old retreat. It's full of Daedric symbols and strange markings. Carrying it around, it feels like a burden. Heavy, oppressive.
No doubt, because Mayor's Dagon probably put some of his own energy into the book.
It feels like anticipation. Like the book wants to be here or something. Look, I've had some dark dreams since I found the book and those waking visions. But this is the first time, I don't know, like it wants something?
He's no doubt heard his master's call. Ugh.
Hey, what happened to the vault?
More importantly, what's going on with the wildlife around here? Something definitely feels off.
Are we still inside the vault? This doesn't look like Blackwood to me.
No doubt, probably part of the Deadlands is leaking into Nirn from here. That might be why it feels like this.
Uh-oh. Another warded door ahead of us. There's another ward on the door ahead. Ready to see if we can open it? Only one way to find out. I'll place the book on the lectern. Then we'll see what happens. Then here we go. The book is really tingling. Get ready to turn the cubes after I place it on the lectern. The book. It's almost as though it wants to help us open the door.
You're just gonna leave. Okay, she took the book. Okay, we definitely look like we're in the Deadlands now.
To lower that drawbridge.
We're definitely in the Deadlands.
There must be a lever or a switch around here someplace. Now we can get across.
Oh, food wore off.
Let's keep moving. We still need to find whatever this vault is protecting.
Okay, why can't I go through the vault door? Okay, maybe I don't need to go through the door. I thought I did.
Really? Lava and an ominous sky? Oblivion stuff is weird. That's sort of pretty. Disturbing, terrifying, but pretty.
Okay, that explains why we haven't seen any enemies, because that player's been taking them out. A watcher. This watcher, I feel like this watcher should actually be in Apocrypha, not in Mehrunes Dagon's Flame of Oblivion.
I was wondering where you had gotten to. I need you once again.
Okay.
Little mortal, I can proceed no farther. Another ward bars my
Okay,
way.
looks like we got another ward to deal
Deal
with.
with it, will you? Yes, this interior is littered with the damn nuisances. Disrupt it so that we can continue our search. I do not believe we have much time before the Dagonists arrive. Very perceptive. The construction is imbued with a magic that allows the vault to behave as if it were a small pocket of oblivion. In a way, I suppose it is. Those exterior portions you pass through, that's where the Deadlands and Nirn coexist. It's all part of Mehrunes Dagon's master plan. He believes Nirn belongs to him, and he has long sought a way to combine his Oblivion realm with the mortal world. Perhaps the ambitions are another step in that direction. Now, open the door.
It does make sense because Mehrunes Dagon has always been after Nirn, and he does believe it belongs to him, so it would make sense that he'd try to do it.
Can you believe it? Another warded door! Emperor Leovic was certainly determined to keep people out. Or I suppose these precautions could be to keep something in? Well, we won't find out by just standing here. See if you can disrupt the wall.
Just to say it wasn't both.
Another ward. Damn!
And this time there are
I'll
more
place the book.
cubes.
You turn the cubes.
You know, I've actually come across fonts that actually allow you to type things out in Daedric, which is pretty neat.
Good job. Keep going. Ward's down. You did it. Now, let's see what's so important it needed all this protection.
How's this, sister?
More dramatic, Destron. More panache.
Kalia, just make sure it actually looks like me this time.
Oh, brother. I always capture the real you.
Okay, who are these two? They look like to be dark elves. Okay.
People? Where are the
Well,
Daedric
one is a-
weapons?
Who are these intruders?
I sense the cultists. They're close. Wood Elf, check the other side of those doors.
Careful, brother. They look dangerous.
Dangerous? We're heroes. All right, Lyrinth. I'll scout ahead. You talk to them, partner.
Okay.
I knew
Was
I felt
expecting to find
something
these
strange,
two.
like glass shattering in the distance. Who are you, and why have you disrupted the wards?
Yeah, that is interesting. Why would there be people inside the vault?
The four ambitions? A curious phrase. Pray tell, what are these four ambitions you seek? Weapons? We have no weapons here, at least none that I'm aware of. Feel free to look around if you like. Perhaps you'll find what you're looking for. Perhaps not.
Explain yourself. Who are you, and why have you invaded our sanctum? Four ambitions? As in an earnest desire or something to aspire to? How can an idea such as that also be a thing? Weapons? There are no weapons here. Just my sister Kalia, myself, and our caretakers. Teachers used to visit in the past, and the Emperor. But we haven't seen another living soul in many years. Look around if you must, but then leave us in peace.
It sounds like they may be they may be part of the four ambitions, and they haven't seen anybody in many years. It could be that the vault like slows down time like a lot, so for them maybe some time has passed, but a lot of many years have passed on the outside. Daedric totem.
Interesting. A totem revering Mehrunes Dagon, I believe.
Destron says my talent has improved.
Looks like they've been living here.
Do you mind? Those are my personal thoughts.
Hey! We've got trouble! I need you!
See to Evelyn. I shall get Kalia and Destron to safety.
Vandasia's cultists have arrived. We need a plan. Portals opened all around me, and suddenly there were cultists everywhere. Well, we did take down all the wards that protected this place. I put arrows in as many of Vandasia's crazies as I could, but the rest of them scattered. Deeper into the vault. Damn, this place is enormous. I assume you didn't happen to find the Daedric weapons back in that other room?
No, just those twins. Wait, maybe they're related to the Longhouse Emperor. Maybe that's why they're in the vault.
What's going are we going?
Whatever happens, stay close to me.
The Waking Flame claims the ambitions for Mehrunes Dagon!
Okay, so I can only have one. I thought I could summon like 2 mages, but apparently not.
Stay back. I'm warning you.
Nonsense, child. You are an ambition. The High Priest has great plans for you.
Destron, what should we do?
Exactly what we were trained
I think we may have found those weapons.
They wanted to take us away. Me and my sister, I couldn't let them do that. You think so? When they charged in here and demanded we go with them, I just had a bad feeling. I really didn't mean to obliterate them like that. I'll have to take your word for it. With our sanctum breached and our caretakers dead, we can't stay here. We'll go with you, if that's all right.
Okay. Looks like they are the ambitions, which means if these are two, if they're two of the ambitions, that means there are 2 others out there.
Yes, but I never saw him unleash that much raw power in a single burst, or against living targets. Obviously, our training has served us well. Destron has always been more powerful, but if you're asking if I can defend myself, I won't let anyone take us from here without our permission.
Destron and Kalia, the twins. They're the ambitions. Well, at least there are 2 of them. I have to say, I did not expect the weapons to be people. Whatever. Vandacia and his cult still want to get their hands on them. Obviously, we have to protect them. Get them somewhere safe. Especially since we're the ones who unlocked their vault and gave the cultists a way to get inside. Good question. Leowen is still reeling from the cult's last assault, but Governor Keshu offered to help. I say we take the twins to Gideon. After that, we can figure out how to locate and secure the other 2 ambitions, whoever they are.
And so the secret finally becomes clear. The ambitions aren't just weapons. They are mortals of a sort. Obviously, these 2 have been imbued with immense power. Power that has a distinct Daedric tinge to it. I have learned enough. For now. The mystery intrigued me. I wanted to know what the ambitions were and why the Dagonist wanted them. Now I know. Or at least now I have some idea. Vandacia is a mortal problem, best dealt with by mortals. In the meantime, I wish to look into how these ambitions gain their power. I have my own avenues to explore. But do not fear. I am sure we shall meet again. In fact...
Okay.
Come with me, you two. It's not safe here anymore.
You want us to go outside?
Time to say goodbye to this place, Kalia. It will be a new adventure.
Okay, I guess I'll go and exit the vault. But this tells me this is not the only vault, which means there's probably another one out there. Okay, I guess I return to Gideon now.
These two will be safe here in Gideon, Evely. You have my word.
Thank you, Governor.
You did well to bring these twins to Gideon. I will make sure that they are well protected. Is it true, though, what Evely told me? These are the ambitions you sought? Yes, Evely was telling me about that. Daedric weapons in the guise of Imperial hatchlings. Interesting. Feed them, provide them with a place to rest. We'll keep them safe. But what about you? Do you have any ideas on how to find the remaining ambitions? Or what to do about Vondacia and his cult?
I'm not sure.
I suggest you discuss your options with Evely. For someone so recently out of her egg, she has remarkable instincts and a good heart. Anything I can offer would be a guess. You and Evely are much more familiar with the situation than I am. For my part, I will gather the Blackfin Legion and make sure the twins are comfortable and safe. On that, you have my word. As I told Evely, a courier arrived shortly ahead of you. After you and your partner finalize your plans, make sure to talk to them. They were quite insistent that they be allowed to deliver their message directly to you.
Okay.
Well, we found 2 of the ambitions and kept them out of the cult's hands. Now we just have to find the other 2 and deal with Vandacia. Not yet, but I'm sure something will occur to us. It usually always does. In the meantime, take this. Your share of our compensation from Leowyn. I couldn't have found the twins and saved them without your help. Thanks. While Governor Keshu takes care of Destron and Kalia, we need to determine our next move. I wonder if Captain Rian has any news about...
Oh, you got a major adornment.
Oh, I almost forgot. Keshu mentioned that a courier arrived for us. They're waiting to deliver a message. Maybe Captain Rian or Councillor Leviticus? Maybe they sent news about Vandacia. I'm sure that stinkweed is still out there, searching for the other ambitions. And the twins too, I suppose. Vandacia won't stop until we stop him. Talk to the courier. Find out who sent them and what news they've brought us. I mean, provided you're still willing to stick around and help. Technically, I suppose you've already finished the job Captain Rian hired you to do. So, what do you say? The courier's waiting right over there. Talk to them and find out what they've brought us. No, I was waiting for you. Besides, they said they were supposed to deliver it to you specifically. Their instructions were very clear about that.
Okay, let's take a look at this crown. Definitely want to know what this new crown is. Really? That's all it is? Yeah, I'm gonna stick to my brow shield. I'm gonna stick with those.
I don't have to explain myself to you.
Okay, it's a staff. Which I don't use.
This letter is for you, mercenary.
Asked her name and had to set chrysanthemum to music. Never again.
It's not boasting if you're right.
Following me? Do I need to scream?
Okay.
What does the letter say? Well, did the letter say anything important?
Yes, about our mutual friend. No doubt it's the danger that we've been dealing with.
An anonymous letter asking us to come by ourselves to a creepy old manor? Nothing suspicious about that. Well,
oh, it's totally
I don't
safe.
suppose we have any better leads. I'll meet you there.
I'm swimming in the moat. Oh, apparently I'm supposed to be in someplace inside that I have to go to. Just taking the scenic route.
About time. I was beginning to think I'd hired the wrong courier. So, did you get my message? I was worried I'd hired one of those incompetent couriers. You know, the ones who take your gold and then toss your letter into the dung heap. I had to eliminate more than a few of those in my time. Right to business. I wanted to ask you if you tried the swamp eel in a blackberry wine sauce at the Egg and Hammer. I hear it's the specialty of the house.
That actually does sound delicious.
Vandacia, I did some digging and I came up with this place. Amnis Manor. Well, I got to thinking. A cult like the Waking Flame doesn't pay for itself. It needs wealthy donors, am I right? Of course I am. Anyway, Mattis Amnis. He's a known supporter of Vandacia, and a closet Dagonist. Generous too, I hear. Hey, I can't do everything. Search the manor. Rumblings in the back alley say that something big is about to happen. An event of some sort. And Vandacia's stink is all over it. Maybe something here will point you to it.
Sorry it took me so long to get here. Let's look around.
Okay, time to snoop.
Vandacia might be at the Salvito estate near Blackwood Lake? But what sort of event are they talking about?
Oh, that I like how that the design on this is very nice.
That's just the cover letter. The detailed invitation is missing, and so is the coin. The wardrobe's empty. Looks like Amnis has already left for the event, whatever it is. I think that's everything we're going to find. Let's take another look at the evidence and see if we can figure out what's going on here. Right. Says that's located near Blackwood Lake. It also mentions some sort of event, and I think both Amnis and whoever sent this letter are part of the Order of the Waking Flame. Actual Dagonists right here in Gideon. Can you imagine? I was thinking the same thing. Could he have found the other two ambitions? And are they people too? Cracked acorns. Mysteries make my head hurt. I'd much rather have a clear target so I can fill it full of arrows. Sounds like getting to the event requires a voyage and a special coin of some sort. Since we don't have a coin or an invitation, we should go to the Salvito estate next. I think it's to the north of Gideon, near Blackwood Lake. I'll meet you there.
Oh, one's dressed like the Ascended Lord. That's definitely looks like an Ascended Lord costume. I wonder how you get that. Or it could be just an armor set. Ghosts everywhere. Heard an NPC go, leave me alone. That's sometimes how I feel when I just want to get through, but enemies are blocking my way. Just let me go on through, and so you get into my mission.
This place is crawling with Waking Flame cultists. We'll need to be careful.
Doesn't look like it's actually swarming because it looks like they've taken out most of them.
Get my luggage to the docks. Hurry! I want to set sail with the tide. Intruders! Stop them, my brethren!
He went out that window. Head around behind the house and let's cut him off.
Stay back! Just let me go and I'll give you whatever you want!
There he is. Gracious
What do you want? Gems, golds, jewels? Whatever you want, it's yours. Just don't harm me! All right, yes. Vandacia was here. Stopped by for a visit with his new charge, but he's long gone. Perhaps if you hurry, you can still catch him.
His new charge?
Well, prisoner, actually. He stopped by to show him off. Gave me a preview of his big event. Oh, please, I shouldn't be telling you any of this. It goes against our code. No one outside the Order is allowed... Oh, all right. I can see there's no reasoning with you. Take my invitation and my coin. You'll need both to get on the ship. The Calamity. It's leaving from Leyawiin docks shortly.
Okay.
A ship at the Leyawiin docks? Where is Vandacia holding this event of his? And he's got a prisoner? It sounds like he found one of the ambitions. Let me see that. What a strange coin. The symbol on it. It looks like the symbols in the book I'm carrying. Here, you better hang on to the coin. At least we know how to get to Vandacia's event, wherever it is. Absolutely. Let's meet in Leyawiin. According to the invitation, the event requires formal attire, so we'll need to visit a tailor before we head to the docks. I'll meet you by the big tree just inside the city gates after I deal with Salvito.
Ooh, Taylor, I wonder if we can get a new costume.
All right, Salvito. Let's go turn you over to Governor Keshu.
Over here, Initiate.
Over here, my friend.
Oh, wait, we got a book here.
Oh, good. I didn't miss you. We don't have much time before that ship departs, so let's get moving. Nope. The invitation says we need formal attire to attend Vandasia's event. When I dropped Salvito off with Governor Keshu, she suggested we'd be able to get what we need at the tailor shop here in the city. It's not far. Pretty much dead center of the city. The place is called Armor and Fine Garments. Keshu suggested we should ask for a tailor by the name of Perseus Loke. He's supposed to know his stuff. I'll meet you there.
Okay.
Armor and Fine Garments is right in the city center.
Looks like we're gonna get a new outfit. Oh, wrong place. Ah, this must be the place.
You deal with the tailor.
Welcome to our humble shop on the boulevard. Are you with the young wood elf? She said her friend was coming by. How may I help you? A formal event? I say, we don't usually get clientele of your caliber seeking outfits from our formal line. Adventurers, am I right? Perhaps I can direct you to my colleagues. They handle our extensive collection of protective armor. Of course. We have a small selection of formal wear, and alterations are part of our service. Unfortunately, such attire usually requires a noble's purse, if you catch my meaning. If funds are short, perhaps we can come to an arrangement. The trade is simple. I need silk from the Blue Whisper Moths for next season's line. Bring me a few bundles and I'll trade them for the attire you seek. They nest to the north along the riverbank. Or you can pay the gold, if you can afford it.
I think I'll go and get the moth silk.
Excellent. The moth loves to nest in the brush to the north of Leowen, along the banks of the river. Bring me a few bundles of their silk and we'll call it even. Do be cautious while looking for the silk. Dangerous creatures abound in those hills.
Okay, where am I going for the silk? Oh good, it's not that, it's just outside. And this must be the blue moth silk. Okay, so that's what I'm looking for. No, it will be easy to find the other two pieces. Okay, back to the tailor. Oh, thank you for the hydrated stretch, Pan.
There's much to document. My journals are filling fast.
Were you able to gather the silk?
Ah, you've returned. Were you able to acquire the silk I requested? Or would you like to conclude our transaction in some other manner? Blue Whisper Moth silk? Excellent! Oh, this will do nicely. Now, please, take your time and select the outfit that most suits you. You want to look your best while making a good impression when attending a formal event.
Okay. All right, we get to choose one and choose. Okay, let's see. Ornate outfit. Or the dapper. I think I'm gonna go with the ornate outfit. I really like the way the ornate outfit looks, so I'm gonna go with choose the ornate outfit.
That looks good on you. Hang on while I try this one on. Where does this piece go? What am I supposed to do with this thing? This is itchy, and I can't breathe. All right, there. So, how do I look? So, be honest. I look ridiculous in this outfit, don't I? You really think so? Thanks. You look good too. So, you be the noble, and I'll be your escort. With these outfits, the invitation, and the coin, we should be able to walk right up and board the Calamity. Right, just act natural, and no one will suspect we don't belong at Vandasia's party. But don't expect me to run, dodge, or loose arrows while wearing this. It isn't exactly made for sudden movements.
Do we get to keep the outfit?
Oh, good, you're here. This dead stump has really been rustling my leaves.
And who might you be? This vessel's been hired for a private affair. Are you now? And where's your invitation? Salvito and guest, huh? All right. This all looks to be in order. Welcome aboard. Make your way below decks and find a bunk. We're shoving off shortly, and it's going to be a long voyage.
All right, we're aboard. Let's figure out our next move. We must be on the right ship. Everyone is dressed like they're about to have tea with Queen Irene herself. I don't know. We want to avoid drawing too much attention to ourselves. We don't want anyone to figure out we're not actually supposed to be here. I guess we could talk to the other guests. See if we can learn anything. Just be careful, all right? Then we should find our berths and get some rest. We want to be ready when the ship arrives at its destination, wherever that may be.
Okay.
I don't remember you. This must be your first time experiencing one of Vandasia's events. You're in for a treat, my friend, an absolute treat. But tell me, have you known the Council long? Ah, a new recruit to the cause. Welcome, welcome. I envy you. I remember my first time crossing over to... Oh, no, my friend. I wouldn't want to spoil the surprise. I do suggest you get some rest, though. The voyage takes us through some strange waters. I find it better to sleep through the rough patches. Makes the trip pass by more quickly as well.
I do not know you. Vandacia and his recruitment drives. I prefer the company of long-standing believers, not raw initiates, fresh out of the egg. Somewhere spectacular. That's what I have been told. Vandacia does love to show off. The rumor is that this time, he actually has something vital to share with us. I look forward to seeing whatever it is. Guesses. As many as stars in the sky, but such games get us no closer to the truth. I suggest you go and contemplate the blessings of fire and flood, Initiate. That is all that should really concern you, no matter what Vandacia says to the contrary.
Okay, looks like we go below ship now. Oh. Oh crap, not the Deadlands. Well, it makes sense why the ship called a Calamity. I didn't expect there'd be water in the Deadlands. Expected it to be full of lava.
How could you sleep through that? Everyone else has already disembarked. We need to hurry. Well, according to the last couple of nobles who headed off the ship, we're somewhere in the Deadlands, the Oblivion Plain of Mehrunes Dagon. I guess Vandacia really didn't want anyone interrupting this event. Same place the rest of the nobles went, off the ship in that way. There's some sort of keep over there. That must be the place. I'm right behind you. Let's go see what this is all about.
This way, please. Mind where you step.
Keep going. Stay on the path.
Please excuse the mess, Your Excellency.
Yeah, nothing creepy about this at all.
Enjoy yourselves. Counselor Vandacia shall be with you momentarily.
Perhaps when this is all over, we can stop hiding. I look forward to proudly proclaiming my place in the Order of the Waking Flame.
Isn't it exciting? This is the day we've long been awaiting, the revelation of the ambitions of Mehrunes Dagon.
It is good to finally see a return on our investment. Vandacia and the Order have required a huge amount of gold these past few years, especially since the fall of our beloved Emperor Leovic.
The Lord of Fire and Flood has blessed our holdings 1,000-fold. Yet Vandacia claims that even more will soon be ours. I can't wait to see what he has brought us here to witness.
A little piece of Gideon here in the Deadlands. What will Vandacia come up with next?
Yeah, this place isn't creepy at all.
Alright, this is weird. We're in freaking Oblivion, and these cracked acorns are having a party. I wonder when Vandacia plans to make an appearance. No, look around. He brought these people here to show them he's in control, that he's got power and the favor of Mehrunes Dagon. I think we need to explore this place and figure out what he's got planned before he reveals it to the world. Which is why we need to get moving. If he has found an ambition, maybe we can free them. And if it's something else, well, we need to see what it is and figure out what to do about it while there's still time. Let's search around and see if we can get a look at Vandacia's surprise before he parades it before these corrupt nobles. Oh, hey, look! Is that Lyrinth? What's she doing here? I'm getting that impression, at least from everyone that isn't you, me, or Lyrinth. What's she doing over there, I wonder?
That is strange.
Since they all seem comfortable and excited to be sipping wine in the Deadlands, how could they not be cultists?
That sounds like something a cultist would say.
Ah, little mortal. I was wondering when you were going to arrive. And where did you get that outfit? Is that really what passes for the height of fashion among the Tamriel elite this century? I told you I had my own avenues of investigation. Why does it surprise you that I would be on hand for Vandacia's major announcement? Besides, the Dagonist who gave me this coin was only too happy to let me take it from her cold, dead hand. Not exactly. I haven't been able to move about as freely as I would like. I don't want to reveal myself to Dagon's Dromora any sooner than I have to. But some of these mortals believe that Vandacia has finally found one of the ambitions. As I understand it, he has been looking for them ever since Emperor Leovic's death. I suggest you take advantage of that disguise you're wearing and see what you can find out before Vandacia begins this extravaganza. I shall remain close by.
Okay.
Be careful. I don't think they want us wandering around on our own.
Well, I just woke back up. I must have fallen asleep. I was wondering where you went, Soul Keeper. Crap, I wanted to use the knife. Well, you came back just in time because I'm now in the Deadlands, which is the realm of oblivion of Mehrunes Dagon. Nah, come on. Why'd you have to move? Why couldn't you just stay still? There we go. I always like doing that. And that's the third time I've fallen asleep to your stream. So you should be proud. It's not easy to get me to fall asleep. God. First time I've ever had that effect on people where they've fallen asleep to my streams. And more than once. Yeah, and this looks more like the Deadlands.
I'll tell you what I told Vendacia. I'm Sombrin, and I won't perform for the pleasure of a Dagon cult. So, Vendacia has let some of his pet nobles come by to gawk at his prize. Away, you vultures! There aren't enough of you to stop Vendacia. He has an army of elite soldiers, crazed cultists, and Daedric creatures given to him by Mehrunes Dagon personally. You're hopelessly outclassed. Me? I'm the main event at this infernal affair. Vendacia plans to sacrifice me to his Daedric prince, referred to me as one of the 4 ambitions of Mehrunes Dagon. Apparently they think my death will grant them all unlimited power. I don't know. Maybe. My mentor used that term once or twice, but I never paid it much mind. Look, to stop Vendacia, you need to get me out of here. Find the key to unlock these chains. Kenreeve Desarog has a copy. His chamber's to the north.
I guess your stream is just that comfy to me. Looks like it.
You get the key. I'll stay here and watch over Sombrin.
Okay, looks like I need to go find the key. Find the key, find the key. Where's the beautiful key? Find the key, find the key. Oh, happy I'll be. I remember that from Haunted Mansion. Every time I hear key, that song goes through my head. God, because you disappeared a bit. But I expected you were doing something else at the meantime. The last time you were here, talking about Hermaris Mora. Oh yeah, this place isn't too creepy at all.
No mortal is allowed here. Not even the High. Flank! Now!
All right, I got the key. Now time to take this. And now time to free one of the ambitions. Wait, how long was I out? For 2 hours? Damn. Yeah, two or three at the most likely.
Over here! We're too late. While you were searching for the key, Vandacia arrived and called in the nobles. He started his presentation. Great, but it's not like we can just walk in there and... Wait a moment, that's it! If we can cause a panic, get those nobles to run around screaming, that should create enough of a diversion for you to use that key and set Sombrin free. We just need to accomplish that before Vandacia gets to the part where he sacrifices Sombrin. Take these Rikas. They're beetles similar to dewbugs. Very tasty, though they release a foul odor when they die. I was saving them for later, but I'll get more. Place them around the hall. Then, when you give the signal, I'll loose some arrows.
I get it. With those beetles, they're very tasty. However, when they die, they give someone one horribly bad breath.
Just drop the Rikas around the perimeter of the chamber. Once you've placed them, give me the signal and wait for the clouds of stench to clear the room. Then you can set Sombrin free. I hope you can hold your breath, though. We had an infestation in my village when I was a little girl. If you know how to do it, you can kill them without causing a stink. They're quite delicious. But if you just crush them or stick them with an arrow, phew, that's what we're counting on.
Okay, it looks like we're gonna do the same thing like in Red, cause where there's smell of gas.
Brothers and sisters of the waking flame, behold our future. This is one of the fabled 4 ambitions of Mehrunes Dagon, and his death will elevate us all. Like the others of his kind, he was created from birth for one purpose: to give us his power and grant our Dark Lord a connection to the mortal plane.
Now that's what I
Oh my god! Gas! I smell gas! Gas! Gas!
Counselor, this way, before the odor.
The High Priest is getting away.
Now go! I will deal with the intruders.
No matter. Come, keep. If we can reach the entry hall, I can open a portal back to Nirn.
That's just nasty. Well, she did say they were stinky.
Stop them! Recapture the ambition at all costs!
Get up, Sombrin! We need to get out of here!
I can't.
I'll help Sombrin. You need to deal with those Dremora.
And Scamp.
Deal with you myself!
Ew! Is that... what is that thing? Get it away from me. What is it? Some kind of frog Shrek baby? What is that? Oh, that's just a monster you face in Elder Scrolls.
Take your companions and leave this place. We shall see each other again. I guarantee it.
Okay, time to leave the Deadlands. Okay, that makes 3 of the 4 ambitions,
getting me out
which
of
means
that
there's
place.
1 left.
I am in your debt. That story would take too long to tell. Let's just say I made the mistake of returning to a place where I once lived. I wasn't paying attention. Suddenly I was surrounded by Von Dacia's cultists. They overpowered me and I woke up in chains. Yes, I would like to meet these other ambitions. Find out who they are, what we are, and learn more about this power Von Dacia seems intent on taking from us. Lead on, and I will follow.
Take Sombrin to the Temple of Debella, then meet me at the Governor's Mansion.
Lead the way, my friend.
What?
Go, my friend. Go see Evelyn. The twins and I have much to discuss.
I'm Destron, and this is my sister Kalia. But who are you?
My name is Sombrin, and I, like you, am an ambition.
Another ambition? Truly? How very nice to meet you.
What?
Did you get Sombrin settled into the temple? Did you introduce him to the twins?
Yep, he's now with the twins and at the temple.
Perfect. I was telling the governor everything that happened. How we traveled to the Deadlands and stopped Van Dacia from sacrificing the third ambition. We need to figure out our next move. Oh, before I forget, here's your share of our compensation.
You have done well so
All right,
far,
level
mercenary.
28.
Now we must speak.
Okay, we need to choose one of these. Okay, I guess I'll go with the blacksmith crafting crate.
Yeah, yeah. One taste and you'll never want to eat anything else.
I was wondering, why was I dreaming of coming to a steampunk type of castle in an abandoned city in an icy tundra? Must be because I had fallen asleep listening to your stream. Yeah, that could be it. That's most likely it, because we talked a bit about like gears and machinery.
Are you following me? Do I need to scream?
Every stone tossed into a pond causes ripples. The stones you have thrown have caused waves. As much as I wish to assist you, I need to think of Gideon and its safety. My spy master tells me that Councillor Von Dacia still has eyes in the city, that even now we fear he is aware that we harbor the ambitions, that he gathers his cultists to assault Gideon. The presence of the ambitions puts my people at risk. Keep the ambitions safe, but we need to find a better place to hide them. Talk to the ambitions. Perhaps the third one you rescued. Sombrin, was it? Evely said he wasn't locked in a vault when the cult found him. Maybe he knows more than the twins. I would never turn away anyone in need. We will protect the ambitions for as long as we can, Yet I fear my legionnaires will not be able to hold off Vondasia's forces should they attack. Go to the Temple of Dibella when you're ready to talk to them. My spy master reports a flurry of activity that is troublesome, and Gideon is not the fortress it once was. Even so, my Blackfin Legion will give as good as it gets. Better even. What most concerns me is the possibility of treachery. Vondasia's family is powerful and has deep roots in Blackwood. His spies and political allies fill Gideon like wine fills a goblet, and not all of them are cultists, at least not openly. I fear the enemy we cannot see more than the one we can.
I think I know what she means by that. It means that there are no doubt members of the cult that are still hiding in plain sight within the city. Now that I think back to the dream, you were in it. Well, not really you, more like your voice called me to the castle, and soon the doors opened and I woke up. As soon as the doors opened, I woke up. That is a weird dream.
Go on, Kalia. Unleash your power. Just like back in the Sanctum.
All right, if you say so.
No! Wait!
Something's wrong.
Pull back, Kalia. Pull back!
I can't!
Hold on. Let me help. There. How did you do that? Practice. I trained to control my powers after I left my vault. When I was freed from my vault, it took months for my own power to reach such levels, and then it nearly destroyed me. I'm surprised Callie has gotten to that point so quickly after her release. Our powers grow exponentially once we leave the protection of the vaults. It's what they were constructed for. But Calia's power has advanced much faster than mine did. It almost consumed her. If not for my mentor, the same would have befallen me. When Duke Varen's forces came through, they set me free. To them, I was just another political prisoner. I wandered without a purpose for a time until my power reached a level similar to what you saw here. That's when my mentor found me. I don't see why not. Plus, it will probably be safer if the three of us leave for a while. There's an old shrine northwest of here. Let's meet there. I suggest you tell your Wood Elf companion where we're going. She seems like the sort to worry. Find us in the marsh to the northwest. I'll take Callie and Destron and meet you at the shrine. Don't worry, I'll protect them. The cultists won't surprise me again. Just let your Wood Elf friend know that we have the twins, and we'll keep them safe. Why do you think Emperor Leovic had those vaults constructed? They contain and limit our power. Without them, the power would grow and expand until it destroyed us. The vaults were supposed to keep us alive long enough to learn to control our power. Right. About that. Obviously, what I thought I knew and the truth aren't exactly the same. Regardless, without the protection of the vault, Calia's and Destron's powers will eventually kill them. She was able to train me. She also had a method for suppressing my power until I can contain it on my own. Without her, I wouldn't be here today. She can help Destron and Calia, I'm sure of it. The governor is wise. A moving target is harder to hit than a stationary one. And if we're no longer inside the city, Vondasia's cultists have no reason to attack it.
And that is true, and they'll also be looking other places for them.
I wasn't paying attention. My mentor warned me that I was going to be hunted, but I didn't listen. I returned to my old vault to see if I could learn more about who and what I am. The cultist ambushed me, knocked me out before I could respond. I was raised in a vault, just like the twins. Isolated, ignorant of the world outside. All I knew was that I was different. Special, somehow. Duke Varen's forces set me free when I was 16. My mentor found me some months later. I fell in with mercenaries, wandering and learning to fight even as my power grew. I was beginning to lose control when my mentor appeared. She was a shaman of sorts. She taught me how to master my power, but she never referred to me as an ambition. She said she had been looking for me. She knew of Mehrunes Dagon's interest in a hidden secret and had been searching for it. But it wasn't until my power began to manifest outside the vault that she was able to locate me. She saved my life.
Okay. Okay, so I got Calia and Destron too.
That was terrifying. I've never felt anything like that. Ever. Nothing like that ever occurred during our training in the Sanctum. What's happening to me? My gift is fire. Summoning flames is as natural as breathing. In the vault, it was always just a spark or a simple flicker. But when I tried to hit the target, I couldn't control it. The fire inside me, it wanted to grow, to spread, to feed. I'm fine. A bit lightheaded, maybe. Whatever Sombrin did, it put the fire out, at least for now. I don't like this. What if next time I summon the power, no one can help me extinguish it? I could hurt Destron. I could burn Gideon to the ground.
Our power seems to be getting stronger. Harder to control. If not for Sombrin, Calia's own power might have consumed her. Is this our punishment for abandoning our sanctum? No, probably not. But we're definitely getting stronger. You saw what I did in the sanctum. My power is lightning, but after seeing how Calia lost control, I'm hesitant to use it out here.
Fire and lightning, they are strong together. It makes sense.
Salutation.
Well.
What is it?
Hey, I'm over here. Keshu told me to take a thinking break. It helps to take a break sometimes, you know? From thinking, so you can think better later. Anyway, how are the ambitions doing? Have you figured out a better place to hide them? Well, that sounds bad, obviously. What happened? Oh! I knew there was a reason we plucked him out of Vandasia's fortress in the Deadlands. I mean, other than preventing a human sacrifice. So who is this helpful person? Stick close to them. You need to keep the ambitions safe and out of Vandasia's clutches. While you're away, I'm going to continue helping Keshu's Blackfin Legion. And I want to be around when my cousins from Valenwood finally arrive. Good luck.
Okay. Let's see, where am I meeting the ambitions? Ah, not far from here.
Again?
God, there's one of them.
All I ask is that you all keep an open mind.
That's
a Jamora.
Sombrin, What's going on here?
Easy, everyone. This is Zaina. She can help us. Mercenary, why don't you speak to her?
Interesting. I didn't expect to hear from Sombrin again after he left, despite my advice. But to find him in the presence of a powerful mortal and 2 other ambitions. But where are my manners? Greetings, mortal. I am Zaina. And so I did. I sensed his need and offered my assistance. He learned well, and as he will tell you, I never betrayed him. Is that why he has summoned me? Because those other 2 ambitions now face the same danger that almost consumed him? Then you must bring them to my sanctuary. They are far more than anything you can imagine. I helped Sombrin because I didn't want to see him fall into Mehrunes Dagon's hands, or destroy himself with his own power. I will do the same for the others. I hide in the Deadlands.
Oh,
Yes,
goody, we're going back to the
Dagon's down.
Deadlands.
But I have ways to protect us. Before you bring them, they must be attuned to this realm. Find slivers of the Deadlands lodged in your world. Sombrin will show you how to use them to attune the ambitions.
Oh, goody, we're gonna go back to the Deadlands.
As I said, Zaina helped me. And she can help Kalia and Destron. You just have to trust her. And if you can't trust her, trust me. Forgive me, but in my experience, most of Nirn takes a dark view of Dremora. Zaina found me when I was at my worst. If she wanted me dead, she could have killed me years ago or just let me destroy myself. Instead, she helped me, taught me control. Oh, of that I'm certain. Competition in the Deadlands is fierce, especially among the non-aligned Dremora. I know that she seeks allies to call upon when the need arises. Having 3 ambitions who owe you a favor? Oh, that's like gold to Zaina. Let me mark your map. Zaina told me where to find these slivers of the Deadlands when I needed them. Dagon cultists often enshrine these shards whenever they find them. You'd be surprised how often chunks of oblivion make their way to Nirn. I'll describe the process when you return. I need to prepare a portal at a place where the planar boundaries are thin. Take Kalia and Destron and gather the slivers. Then I can attune them to the Deadlands. I also marked where to meet me on your map. Our powers interact strangely with the natural forces of the Deadlands. That's why we need to be attuned. Of course, I underwent the process years ago. Now we must help the twins do the same. Keep them safe, then meet me on the road south of Gideon. No, you're not an ambition. Besides, you've been to the Deadlands already and suffered no ill effects. If the twins attempted that before we attuned them, the plane would rip them apart. Our power is connected to Mehrunes Dagon in some way. I'm not entirely sure. I just know that there's some element of Mehrunes Dagon inside us, and it wants to return whence it came. I think that's what Von Dacia hoped to accomplish by killing me. Anyway,
that would explain their power
to any of us.
Let's find these objects from the Deadlands as Sombrin's mentor suggested. If it helps keep me and my sister alive, we've got to try it, no matter the risk. No, but I never heard of ambitions either before all this began. We're in new territory here, but as long as my sister and I are in danger, I'll take help wherever I can get it. Let's go and find these objects.
Okay, talk to him and talk to her.
We must trust in Sombrin's experience. He knows quite a lot more about our powers than we do. Does it matter? I felt the power inside me when I lost control back at the temple. I couldn't stop it. If Sombrin hadn't suppressed my flames, I would have ignited the city. Unless you know another way to fix me, I don't think we have a choice.
Can you believe it, Kalia? We're going to be great heroes.
What's heroic about being consumed by our own powers?
Zyna taught Sombrin to control his powers. She'll do the same for us.
Crimson Deadlands
The cultists for
Sliver.
our own powers don't. What if Zyna only wants to use us for
now,
our
sister.
power?
Where's your
Dishon?
sense of She can't force us. You heard her. She needs allies, and we're as powerful as they come.
I've read the stories. Pacts with Daedra never turn out well.
I'll protect you, Kalia. You have my word.
Wait, crocodile. What the? They said they're supposed to be novices, but these are just Argonians. Obsidian sliver.
2 slivers of the Deadlands, 1 for each of us. Mission accomplished.
I fear it just gets more difficult from here.
You worry about everything. Let's
Yeah, because we're gonna go back to the Deadlands filled with Jamora and death. I'd rather go back to the Clockwork City. I went to get a snack, so now I have some Rice Krispie and Kool-Aid. Ah, that does sound like a good snack time. Though to be honest, it's been a long time since I last drank Kool-Aid. And bad thing for me is I slept with my glasses on, so now they're all dirty. So I'm not wearing them. Lucky for me, I can still see. Yeah, I've fallen asleep with my glasses on a lot of times. You get so used to having it on your face, you forget to take them off.
Destron, stop! This is serious.
Relax, Kalia. We're on an adventure.
Destron, be serious. Our own powers could destroy us.
That won't happen. I won't let it.
It might not be up to you.
Kalia, we'll figure this out.
We're doing this to avoid all that. Did you gather the slivers? You found the Deadland slivers? Good. I set up the portal at the top of the hill behind me. Alatun, Kalia, and Destron. Then we can make our way to the summit. I need you to deal with a complication for me. Creatures were drawn to the hillside by my actions. Could you make sure the path to the top is clear? The last thing we need is for some mundane and random threat to provoke a response from Kalia or Destron.
Okay, time to do some extermination.
All right, just like we discussed, focus on the slivers of Deadlands.
It's working!
I've never traveled by portal before.
Quick, step inside. Follow when you're ready, friend.
All right, time to head back to the Deadlands. Not very good place for an ice demon like me. Way too hot. Lovely.
I greet you, mortal. As with Sombrin, I shall do all that I can to aid the twins. But first, they must survive the Ashen Forest. They must walk the path of the obelisks. Before I can teach them to contain their power, they must first come to understand it. The path of the obelisks will help them do so. They must visit the 3 ancient oracles and learn the truths that each will reveal. Protect the twins from the dangers of the forest. They cannot unleash their power safely until they have learned to control it. At each obelisk, you will bear witness to the truths they learn. Come to me when all is said and done. Then we shall see. The power of these 2 ambitions grows with every passing moment. You must hurry. The path begins to the northwest. Look for the obelisks of origin, empowerment, and inevitability. Each will reveal a hidden truth. The Dremora of my clan have dwelt in the Deadlands for ages uncounted. This is the seat of my power, just as it is Mehrunes Dagon's. My purposes, however, are my own. Allegiances among Daedra are not as simple as they are in the mortal world. Let us just say that I do not wish to see Mehrunes Dagon succeed in this endeavor. The ambitions must not fall into his hands. I cannot say for certain. Their truths are their own, not mine. Yet I know that they must walk this path. A mortal cannot become what they are meant to be without first understanding what they are. Much remains hidden from these two ambitions.
Okay. So, which way am I going? Guess it doesn't really matter which way I go, it's gonna lead to the same way, so I guess I'll go down this way. Okay, we got something spewing fire at us.
That must be the first obelisk.
Okay, time to activate it. Obelisk of Origin.
Prepare yourself, brother. Well, something is happening.
The babes are asleep? How? I couldn't get the boy to stop bawling.
I fed the twins until they were full and exhausted.
Your Majesty, welcome. The babes are healthy and strong.
As commanded, my Emperor. She bore twins.
As Mehrunes Dagon commanded, so it has been done.
Our parents and the High Priest? I don't understand.
I see, so from the start, they were the ambitions.
Watch out!
An Iron Atronach? Wasn't expecting to see this. Oh, Flamehound. He's kind of cute.
I suppose this is the obelisk of empowerment.
Activated, if you would, friend.
Starting.
Time for the final ritual, my Emperor.
Proceed, High Priest.
O Mehrunes Dagon, Prince of Ambition and Destruction, imbue these infants with your power! Let it ripen and grow within these vessels until the appointed time.
As Dagon wills
Let it be done.
Our parents were sacrificed to Mehrunes Dagon? Why?
done. That portal opened on its own. Suppose we should step inside.
Okay. Oh, crap. Is Mehrunes Dagon?
Ah, this must be the day you learn you are destined to fail. That I and the Waking Flame emerged victorious.
No. Destron, is that us up there?
And Mehrunes Dagon? Is this our future, Kalia? Is this...
Okay, that must not be the real Mehrunes Dagon. That must be, this must be a vision.
How long ago was it? When I crushed you and claimed the ambitions for myself. It must be rather depressing to see that all your efforts were in vain. That my victory is inevitable. Visions. You must understand the forces with which you meddle. Given your failures before you died, that doesn't surprise me. You entered the portal at the obelisk of inevitability in the Deadlands. What could be more inevitable than the future? Look around and see for yourself. The very fact that you stand before me proves that you didn't stop me. You didn't save the ambitions. You didn't save anyone. I destroyed you. Now this realm belongs to my lord and master Mehrunes Dagon.
Nothing is inevitable. We haven't won yet. That's what I'm gonna go with.
Look who stands behind me. Look at the throne on which I sit. Mehrunes Dagon may be the master of all Nirn, but he has given me Tamriel as my reward. From High Rock to Morrowind, all bow to my will. There is no power in Tamriel equal to mine.
Mercenary, time to go. Through the portal, quickly.
He's just standing there, menacingly.
Vandacia. He had us displayed like trophies.
We saw our future. We're doomed.
Snap out of it. What you saw was just one possible inevitability. Nothing is set in stone.
I didn't think that was how my story was going to end. I really thought we were going to win. Isn't it? You saw the Prince of Destruction. How can we hope to fight something like that, let alone his High Priest? Maybe it's better if we just let our powers consume us. At least then Vandacia won't be able to claim us. Now you sound like Kalia and Sombrin. You're right, though. We have power beyond anything Vandacia possesses. That's why he wants us. Once Zaina teaches us to control it, we'll be unstoppable. All right. We're with you. Let's go get this done.
Vandacia is going to win. We saw ourselves. He was drawing power from us, like sipping wine from a chalice. But you saw how Vandacia looked. Strong, powerful, and Mehrunes Dagon looking down on us. How do we stand against that? Can it really be that simple? Was that the point of these visions? To show us how we were created, and to reveal a dark and possible future? All right. I understand. Just because the night is long doesn't mean the sun won't rise tomorrow.
The Obelisk of Inevitability reveals just one possible future. True, it's the most likely outcome, but it isn't the only one. Now that we know where things are heading, we can work to change the course. We're dealing with forces beyond our understanding. It was always going to be a difficult journey, but the Obelisk of Inevitability only shows what will happen if events continue on their current course. That future hasn't happened. Yet. The perils of visiting oracles. Are we better off knowing what is to come, or continuing on in blissful ignorance? I believe our choices matter. I choose to resist Mehrunes Dagon, and no vision will sway me from that path. I hope you feel the same.
Okay, where we go next? Okay, looks like we go into the tower surrounded by watchers. And then there's a big Ash Titan out right there.
Mortal who bore witness for the twin ambitions, let us speak. We can finally greet each other in person, mortal. Before we begin the process that will permit the twins to control their powers, I must ask you a single question. Why does one who abhors Mehrunes Dagon care what happens to his ambitions? A noble sentiment, but they are more than just people. They are powerful weapons. Dagon's priests imbued them with a portion of the Lord of Destruction's own energy when they were born. It has grown and intensified in the intervening years. Imagine that each ambition is like a mortal bank. Instead of gold, the priests deposited a portion of Dagon's energy inside them. That energy grew with them, compounding and doubling year after year like interest on your savings. It also transformed.
What kind of demonic ass looking tower is that? That just screams hell no. Yeah, but unfortunately this is the Deadlands and everything is like that. Once you're in Plains of Oblivion, they're all and most are like that. But some are actually pretty, are very pretty, but they're very dangerous.
In every way. What was once just of Oblivion became mixed with Nirn. Now that energy is a part of both realms. And that is why Mehrunes Dagon wants it back. It will give him the connection to Nirn that he so greatly desires. A path to your world. Their power is like a volcano, building until released as an explosion or a lava flow. One is catastrophic, the other merely destructive. I will delay the eruptions while teaching them to dissipate and maintain control. You may observe, of course. We must begin the ritual at once. This way.
Good thing I'm a partial demon, or else I'd be more scared than what I am right now.
You're nearby. What's happening? What's going on?
What the?
What are you doing?
Helping you fulfill your purpose. Your ambitions. You belong to Mehrunes Dagon.
I should have known she'd backstab us.
What happened?
That tells you right there. Never trust a Jamora.
Zaina! Damn it! You betrayed us! Damn her! Zaina betrayed us and cast us into the Spider Nest!
The Spider Nest?
It's a dungeon beneath her sanctuary. She sends her enemies here to die. We aren't her enemies. She saved my life many times. If she'd wanted to hurt me, she could have done so long ago. Why turn against me now?
She mentioned Mehrunes Dagon.
I don't want to believe that. But I heard what she said too. And she completely drained my energy. I can't call upon my power until it recharges. We need to find a way out of here. We need to get to Kalia and Destron before Zaina turns them over. First things first. I need to restore my power. Let me think. Zaina told me about an old foe she destroyed. Tossed them into this place and kept their skulls.
Agreed, it means war.
It may hold enough energy to recharge my power immediately. The skull is in the treasure chamber. You can get there through the east door, retrieve it, and meet me at the door in the north. When you find me, I'll be in a meditative state. Present the skull, and I'll do the rest. Menthyx, an ancient rival. Challenging him was one of the last tasks Zaina assigned to me as she trained me to control my power. Together, we vanquished Menthyx and left his bones in the Spider Nest. Zaina did something to Menthyx to chain his essence here forever. She kept him from coming back by trapping his power here, below her temple. That's also why the skull contains energy. Energy I can use to recharge my own power. She probably didn't want to have to deal with 3 ambitions and you at the same time. She needs our powers at their full strength for whatever she has planned. She reversed what I did. I could feel it. Kalia and Destron's powers have been unleashed. Eventually. But probably not before she completes whatever she has in mind. Hurry. We need that skull. With it, I can recharge my power and help the twins. Then, when they aren't in imminent danger of exploding, we can figure out the rest. The skull contains the trapped essence of a powerful Daedric lord. If Zaina had simply killed her rival, he would have returned like Daedra do. So instead, she trapped a portion of his energy to keep him from coming back. You heard Zaina.
I see.
My powers of both oblivion and
by keeping his essence bound, he can't fully form.
To recharge my power. That means Zaina's old enemy will be free to return someday. Not that I care about that anymore.
Okay, and I go. No doubt gonna fight a bunch of giant spiders. Nope. I choose life. No. And why does it sound giant spiders? Nope. But that's the one thing that scares me more than any demon could. I managed to avoid having to fight the giant spider Gamora. You both I choose life. I am not fighting that thing. It doesn't look like I have much of a choice. I'm gonna have to fight now. Oh great, more spiders. Great, more eight-legged creatures from hell. I think that's what you meant to say. Yep.
Feel the residual energy. Hold the skull toward me, please. While my power finishes recharging, take a look at what I found. I left it over there.
Okay. It's like she had this planned all
right.
from the beginning.
I'm ready. Follow me. We have to stop Zyna. Attack! She's doing something to the twins.
You're too late. Lord Dagon will reward me for
I'll
securing
help
the
Callie and
twins.
Destron. You deal with Zyna.
The ambitions belong to Lord Dagon. Their power is for him alone.
Crap. say I read it at the same speed because I finished reading all of that as soon as you did. Yeah, I wanted to get it. I also looked it up for enough time for people to read.
You truly understood the nature of the ambitions.
Back, you vile creature from the underworld! I banish thee back to the whence thee came.
I will not fail my lord and prince.
Zaina. She was going to sacrifice us to Mehrunes Dagon.
Sombrin, how could you bring us to this monster?
She wasn't like this. I didn't know.
Destron, help me open a portal. Like Sombrin showed us on the hilltop.
This wasn't how it was supposed to turn out. Come on. Let's go after them.
I can understand why Sombrin feels that way. He expected her to help them control the power, not to use them and sacrifice them.
Zaina, she never gave me any indication that she was going to betray us. That she was involved in our creation and wanted to sacrifice us to Mehrunes Dagon. At least the twins don't appear to be in imminent danger of exploding. Let me take another look at Zaina's contracts. Yes, it's here. Zaina used a holy book to show Von Dacia how to create the four ambitions. Could it have been the Mysterium Xarxus? She was always loyal to Dagon. She never wanted to help us at all. Hopefully, they're either still locked in a vault or wandering free like I was. I hate to think that Von Dacia captured them while we were busy elsewhere. I'm not sure what we should do next, my friend. It's beginning to seem hopeless. I hope you're right, but I can't see a way ahead from here. If all else fails, we'll destroy ourselves before we let Dagon win. We're the keys to unlock the barriers between here and the Deadlands. We can't allow ourselves to fall into his hands. Callia and Destron, they have no reason to trust me. Not anymore. But I'll still protect them, and somehow, I'll find a way to earn their trust again. Whatever Zaina did to prepare them to be sacrificed, it seems to have dampened their power. How long that will last, I have no idea. But until their power builds to uncontrollable levels again, they should be able to use it to help us. I'll try to train the twins as Zaina trained me. If all else fails, I can take them back to the Deadlands. The realm seems to naturally siphon off our energy and keep it at manageable levels. Not my first choice, but it will serve as a last resort.
Yeah, if it siphons off the power, it's best, even though it's best to be in a place that can keep it from going out of control.
sorry. I had no idea Zaina meant to betray us.
She wanted to kill us, Sombrin. An apology isn't going to cut it.
Destron, Zaina betrayed Sombrin too.
Because he was stupid enough to trust her.
I will make this right. I promise.
Let's return to the temple. We shouldn't be discussing this in the street.
What do you want?
Gideon is not the ground on which we conduct this fight. There is a better place to defend the ambitions. You return at a grim moment, mercenary. While you were gone, word reached us that the Waking Flame is gathering an army. I fear it will soon march on Gideon. But Evely said you took the ambitions to learn about their powers. Did you succeed? We are all in danger. At least you kept the ambitions safe. I thank you for that. Concerning the cult, Evely and I have made plans. But first, I want you to have this. Compensation for the work you have done up to this point on Blackwood's behalf. The Order of the Waking Flame has cast a net around Gideon. Von Dacia is gathering an army, including guards from the garrison who were loyal to him all along. He knows the ambitions were here, and that they have now returned. No, the city is no place for a battle. When foes surround you, it is wise to put your back spines to a tree. We will move the ambitions to Fort Redmane. The Imperials abandoned it years ago, but my Blackfin Legion has been restoring its defenses. No, I have another task for you. Summon what allies you can to Fort Redmane to help defend the ambitions. I sent my legion ahead, but I fear we will need more warriors. Before you go, tell the ambitions what we are doing and why. They trust you. Tell the ambitions we will defend them with our lives. Just not here, where so many civilians could be endangered. Let us use Fort
In other
Redmane
words,
as the
we make
tree
for the realm of
against our
Helm's
backs.
Deep.
Evely will see the ambitions safely to the fort. Talk to her before you go. I leave the specifics up to you. Consider who you have helped throughout Blackwood. Evely might have some ideas. Remember, this is not a mission for just any courier or messenger. The cult has made the roads of Blackwood especially dangerous.
I use only the finest ingredients in my dishes.
Tell the ambitions no army of crazed cultists is going to sacrifice them on our watch. But try not to alarm them, which might be tricky. After I send out the call for allies, I'll escort Sombrin and the twins to Fort Redmane. Right. Anyone with an army that can help us. You head to Leowin. I'm sure Captain Rian would be happy for the Ivory Brigade to lend a hand. Beyond that, what about anyone else you helped here in Blackwood? Anyone have any soldiers they can spare? If that's the case, just alert Captain Rian after you talk to the ambitions. Then head directly to Fort Redmane. But if you have the time, go help some people. The fate of the world's at stake. Someone may join up in exchange for a good deed. Tell Sombrin and the twins I'll be with them shortly. I have a few more details to work out with the governor. After that, go see Captain Rian and then meet me at Fort Redmane. But don't take too long. I'd rather you were there when the cult attacks. You went to the Deadlands? And you took the ambitions with you? What were you thinking? What did you expect was going to happen in the Deadlands? That's where Mehrunes Dagon keeps all his stuff. Well, at least everyone made it back. Now, we just need to keep them safe from Van Dacia and the Order of the Waking Flame.
Okay. I think this will be a good place to stop for the day, because we've been going for 5 hours, and I'm getting a little tired. But I do want to keep going. This story is getting pretty good. But no doubt we'll have to fight Mehrunes Dagon. But let me take you guys on over to chat, and we are going to look somebody for us to raid. And do stick around because you will be getting extra channel points from the raid. Okay, we certainly did a lot today on the Blackwood story, and we learned more about the 4 ambitions. I thought they would be weapons, but it turns out they were humans created to be weapons. That definitely took a turn. Now let me see who we while I look somebody for us to raid, let me give you guys your raid messages. This is for subs. Whoops, wrong one. Exclamation. This is for subs. This is for non-subs. And if you guys would like to join the Discord, this is the link to the Discord. I do post when I go live and then change in my schedule. So if you'd like to join, there is the link there to the Discord. Now let me see, who do we have on tonight? You're welcome, Soul Keeper. Let's see. Well, we weren't doing horror a bit of kind of a horror themed story. So I think I'll send you guys on over to Wounds, because he is currently playing Cult of the Lamb. So I'll send you guys on over to him. Let me get that raid set up. Okay, raid has been started. I want to thank everybody who came to the stream today, and thank you for the follows. I am going to be back tomorrow, and also I had a lot of fun playing Elder Scrolls Online and learn more about the story. And I am going to be back tomorrow with Dying Light. So more horror themes is going to be continuing tomorrow. Going to be playing some more Dying Light, take on zombies, and go around more Old Town. And also, I got a new weapon that I want to try out in Dying Light. It's a katana. But Raid is going to send you guys on over to Wounds. Do say hi to him for me. And with that, I am going to say goodnight, evening, morning, afternoon, whatever is your time zones. Everybody, thank you for coming to the stream, and I'll see everybody later.